9428. Right now, I'm live streaming on my YouTube, Sheepus9428. Sheepus9428. Right now,
And then I think of all the times you screwed me over. But let me believe it was always something that I done. But I don't want to live that way. Living into every world you say. You said that you could let it go. In the world in case you hung up on somebody that you used to love.
Nobody loved me.
And then I think of all the times you screwed me over. But let me believe it was always something that I done. But I don't want to live that way. Living into every world you say.
everyone, yeah, check this out, look. Here's my profile, yeah. I just checked, I just want to check who's been looking at me, yeah, check this out. Who's at the top is Kiki, boy? Oh, Kiki, you need me so badly. Oh, Kiki, you came and you gave me a kiss. Oh my God, Kiki. Now let's get back. Now, check this out, right? This isn't even a lie. Look, balance, yeah? £8.86, yeah? That's real money right there, mate. Now, after you laughed at Kiki, it's come to get some sustenance. I don't need you, yeah? But it's out. Settings and privacy, yeah? What? I don't know. Analytics, let's have a look. I don't know. Let's have a look at the viewers, yeah? Viewers. Last time my stats was at 71%. Let's see if I'm going up in my stats, yeah? Gender, let's go. Oh! 73% were the females. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What is it? What is what you're gonna do, boy? Everyone, yeah, check this out. Look, here's my profile. Yeah, I just checked. I just want to check who's been looking at me. Yeah, check this out. Who's at the top is Kiki, boy? Oh, Kiki, you need me so badly. Oh, Kiki, you came. I'm curious about this Kiki child, yeah? I'm just curious about this Kiki child. Let's have a look at his little profile. Okay. 11 followers. That's all right, buddy. That's all right. No lie. Right. We've got some content here. He's got a video, at least. Let's have a look. Undergraduate work placement. The City Ground, Nottingham. On-site, head of football communications. Placement. 26-27 season, roll over. We have an exciting opportunity for an enthusiastic, meticulous. I think what they've done is they've got him in a little slave job. Let's do the little picture, just one picture. The role will have two primary functions. Firstly, the role will support working closely with members of the team. So you're not on the team. Yeah. So you'll be making tea, aren't you? I'm curious about this. Check this out, people, yeah? Check this out. I left and I come back, now check this out. Kiki's coming back for more! Kiki's coming back for more, boy! He's at the top again! And his eyes look now! Oh! They come for sustenance! Oh my God! Isaac and Kiki have come together for sustenance! For sustenance! Let's check out Isaac's little page then, let's have a look. Nah, boy! Nah, this guy's a big time player, Isaac! Oh, don't tell me, is that him? Oh, no. Now I feel guilty. I'm sorry, Isaac. I didn't realise you looked like that. I'm sorry, man. I shouldn't have taken your makeup. I don't even know if I'm looking at his videos now. He's clearly learning difficulties. Let's have a look. Wow. I see. Football cards. cards. Midnight football cards. Right? Jesus Christ. Is that him? No way. Wow, who are these goons? No, definitely no. Definitely no. 1 a.m. by the way. Oh, you naughty boy. Have you also not done your homework? Get out of it, you slag. Check this out, people, yeah? Check this out. I left and I come back, now check this out. Kiki's coming back for more. Kiki's coming back for more, boy. He's at the top again. And his eyes look now. Oh! They come for sustenance. Oh my God. Isaac and Kiki have come together for sustenance. For sustenance. Let's check out Isaac's little page then. Let's have a look. Nah, boy. Nah, this guy's a big time player, Isaac. Oh, don't tell me. Is that him? Oh, no. Now I feel guilty.
No.
I'm sorry, Isaac. I didn't realise you looked like that.
No.
I'm sorry, man. I shouldn't have taken... Hi. This is how people... Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the previous few videos, right? And check out the... Is there screen recordings? Yeah, check out the absolute goonage. Absolute goonage. Isaac. Hi, everyone. One, right? It's the third time now, the last, 15 minutes or whatever. Kiki's back again, boy! Kiki's back again! Oh. Yeah, that's right, boy. There's very people coming to check out my channel. Go on, Kiki. Look, Kiki. Kids are coming back. Isaac is now down here. Isaac's gone down, but Kiki keeps on coming back. Oh, how I love my face. One, right? Is that, yeah? Just check this out, right? I want to show you what winning looks like, yeah? Someone challenged me, and I answered it with pure honesty. Let's have a look. What would you call your content, yeah? Icon. Get right. Is that, yeah? There's the ice cream boy that I was on about, yeah? The new followers just started following the ice cream boy. I instantly blocked him. He was very, very rude to me. He called me a PDF, right? And I blocked him. This must be another one of his accounts. He followed me again and I blocked him. Don't go around accusing people of stuff that they ain't done. Yeah? It's not nice.
You freak.
Right, I'd like to say, right, I'm on 3,000 something followers. Thank you so much. My next goal is 4,000 followers. Yeah? Brilliant. Please share and repost my videos and like my content and comment. Right, I'd like, guys, it's now 10 past 6, yeah? 10 past 6, right? 10 past 6. And let's take a who's at the top. Oh, Kiki, player! Always number one! Always number one! Oh, Kiki, you gotta love it, you, man. Back for another Kiki update, right? Let's check it out, yeah? It's now 25 past 6, let's have a look. Literally, just a couple of minutes later, it is literally 6:28. It's a few minutes later, but he's back at the pole position! He's back at the pole position, he won't have it! Look! Ow! Oh, Kiki's back on top, mate! Kiki's back on top! He's all pressure in the lead, like, no, boy, that's how that. Oh, thank you for the support, Kiki. I love you. You're such a good slave. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last one for the moment about Kiki, right? It's now 31 past 6. It's been another few minutes, and Kiki's come up at the top again. When it shows up like that, after I click on it and I go back, it only shows foot icons, right?
You don't even know me, man. So why do you judge my wife? Fish and chips. Yeah, Bennett. I like fish and chips. Yeah, you have some fish and then some chips, and then of course, most important of all, mushy peas. It's nice to see quite a bit of it.
Right, we're about to go live on the TikTok, yeah? Get ready, it's going to be fascinating. We're going to go all of the mess in front of me.
Please just know that you're rare. Please just know that you're so hard to come by. There's not many people like you on this earth. There's not many people that have your heart, your beautiful soul, the way you care for people, the way you go above and beyond for the people that you love, the way that everyone can count on you, the way that you're so reliable. You are rare. Don't let anyone make you forget that. Because you are so hard to come by. You are so rare. And anyone that does...
Who's the one Irish person you wish wasn't Irish?
Conor McGregor.
Conor McGregor, because he's a fucking clown.
Conor McGregor, lads, get him up.
So leave my sweater on the floor. I'll leave your bag under the stairs. Don't go back to the Harlem.
Who's the one Irish person?
This is a really cool video I made of kids picking up their TikTok channel, right? And this lady here goes, they are kids, yeah, and you are old. Roses are red, violets are blue, etc. Let's check out Beautiful Chaos and see what she's all about. Oh, okay, check out, look, I've got... This is a really cool video I made with these kids picking up their TikTok channel, right? And this lady here goes, they are kids, yeah, and you are old. Roses are red, violets are blue, etc. Let's check out Beautiful Chaos and see what she's all about. Oh, wow, what a channel. What a channel. This is... Okay, check out, look, I got the hate from the Beautiful Chaos, or whatever her name is, about talking to kids. But look what happened! They come to the top! They're back at the top, boy! Beautiful Chaos! Living it up! Oh my god. Don't know about beautiful, though. How they be? Just so you know, when I've got the people in court that I'm suing, the civil servants, and talk about my mental health conditions and stuff, one of the things they will... And, right, we're about to go live on the... You don't even know me, man! You don't even know me! You don't even know me! That's what I'm going to do from the beginning to the end! You don't even know me, man! You don't even know me!
lying in bed now. My sleep pattern is totally messed up and I feel very, very, very bad about myself. But it's okay, these things happen in a way. Yes. Yes. I don't know. I'll be okay, I guess. When you think about it. Very bad about myself. But it's okay, these things happen in a way. Yes. Yes. I don't know. I'll be okay, I guess. I'm lying in bed now. My sleep pattern is totally messed up and I feel very, very, very bad about myself. But it's okay, these things happen in a way. Yes. Yes.
If you're 25, you're
Very, very, very bad about myself. But it's okay, these things happen in a way. Yes. Yes. I don't know. I'll be okay, I guess. Lying in bed now. My sleep pattern is totally messed up and I feel very, very, very bad about myself. But it's okay, these things happen in a way. Yes. Yes. I don't know. I'll be okay, I guess. You don't even know me, man. So why do you judge my wife? You don't even know me, man. You don't even know me. You don't even know me. That's what I'm trying to tell you from the beginning to the end. You don't even know me, man. You don't even know me. Don't even know me, man. Don't even. Right, we're about to go live on the TikTok, yeah? Get ready, it's going to be fascinating. We're going to go all of the mess in front of me and we're going to have a little tidy session, yeah? What do you think? Tell all of your gooner mates to come along, yeah? I'm expecting mad things, fans. I'm going to roll about on the floor like a wild animal, like a dog. I'm going to be barking. Right, we're about to go live on the TikTok, yeah? Get ready, it's going to be fascinating. We're going to go all of the mess in front of me and we're going to have a little tidy session, yeah? What do you think? Tell all of your gooner mates to come along, yeah? I'm expecting mad things, fans. I'm going to roll about on the floor like a wild animal, like a dog. I'm going to be barking. Right, don't even know me, man. And literally the only reason I'm going to is because I refused to do as they told me. Another thing that will happen with these civil servants is the same thing that happens in real life. People accuse you and try to charge you with the things they are most guilty of. So, they will assault you and they will charge you with assaulting them to cover their own assault. They will accuse you of harassment and alarming them
when they are actually harassing and alarming you, they will accuse you of stalking them, when in fact they are stalking you. It's that simple. They try to accuse you what they are most guilty of. And I'm talking about those civil servants. I'm going to wreck your lives, I promise you. And literally, the only reason I'm going to win. Another thing that will happen with this, just so you know, when I've got the people in court that I'm suing, the civil servants, and talk about my mental health condition, and stuff, one of the things they will say is, how were we supposed to know it was a misunderstanding? No, it wasn't. I won't have that. I'm going to make you mine. I'm gunning for you.
Okay, check out, look, I got the hate from the beautiful chaos of whatever her name is about talking to kids. But look what happened! They come to the top! They're back at the top, boy! Beautiful chaos! Living it up! Oh my god. Don't know about beautiful though. How did we get wrecked? Okay, check out, look, I got the hate from the beautiful chaos of whatever her name is about talking to kids. But look what happened! They come to the top! They're back at the top, boy! Beautiful chaos! Living it up! Oh my god. Don't know about beautiful though. How did we get wrecked? Okay, check out. This is a really cool video I made.
Just so you know, when I've got the people in... Another thing that will happen with these civil servants is the same thing happens in real life. People accuse you and try to charge you with the things they are most guilty of. So, they will assault you, and they will charge you with assaulting them to cover their own assault. They will accuse you of harassment and alarming.
If you're a 25-year-old girl and you are dating even 10 years older, like I think back I'm closer to the age that my boyfriend was than I am to 26. Like when I was 26, I dated someone 36. If you're a 36-year-old man and you are interested in someone under 30, it's because you know that no girls your age would ever deal with you. They know how dumb you are. They know you couldn't figure it out, and that's what to go impress. I just had such an epiphany when I was 25. I dated a guy who was 35. Same. And I became this shit. I thought he was I thought he was so amazing. But I knew after like a year, I started having panic attacks. Totally. Because I knew that putting in this guy, let me tell you, I've never been scared. Wait. And he was like, I'm married. By the way, I had no job. I had no idea what I wanted to do. And he was like, perfect. This girl's lost and confused. Yeah. And in my head, I was like, I don't know why he's picking me. But I don't feel good about myself around him. He wants to be with me. It didn't make any sense. Thank God my body had the wherewithal to be like, this isn't safe. Get out. I did write an article for Elle. So I basically was like, my husband when I was 30. He was 44. This is there's no power. I know what my career is. I've gone to therapy. He doesn't have any power over me. We are very equal. When you're 25, 26, and your brain isn't fully formed, and you're with a guy who's financially powered over you, I don't like the position that puts girls in. You're gonna be no, very no, I mean,
never trust someone who betrays others, even if they did it for you. I heard this once, it stuck with me. Because betrayal isn't loyalty in disguise, it's a habit of mindset, a slippery slope dress up in fire. If someone can stab someone else for your benefit, they can stab you just as easily. It's not about who they did it to.
You only need one photo to do the double Dutch button. It's super easy. I'll show you how.
Never trust someone.
Go back to Pakistan. Take the one. Go home and shake your gun. Believe and pay your fucking fare. Also, they can't go back to Pakistan. We don't want excuse my language, but you're bitch made. And if you're that one person that's getting ganged up on, you got emotion, bro. Like, you're threatening to them, so much so that they feel they need reinforcements just to deal with you. And no, I'm not even talking physically. Like, if you have to convince other people to hate somebody, you're automatically in the wrong. Because the truth speaks for itself. You don't need to convince someone to hate someone. All right? I don't like Epstein. I didn't need to be convinced. If you need to gather multiple people just to get... If you need to gather multiple people... If you need... anybody's partied all night. DJ who ended up preggers and she doesn't know what wants to that. She's hoping it's no lardars because red and yellow make orange in her parents are Catholics. Hey, I hope you like the video. Hey, fuckers.
Women just do not care about men's opinions. Like, we don't care if you think we're attractive. We don't care if you think that we look old. We don't care if you don't agree with our choice not to have kids or to have them, to be married or to not, because you're so worthless, you know? It's like asking a used toilet brush what they think. Like, it's obsolete. There's no point. From such a place of hate as well. All your opinions come from a deep self-hatred, and you project that out onto women, and we know, and we're onto it, and that's why we couldn't give a fuck about you. If you need any further proof of this, just look at the men that comment on my videos where I'm just talking about my lifestyle. There will always be men in those comments spouting hate because they hate themselves. Women just do not care about men's opinions. Like, we don't care if you think we're attractive. We don't care if you think that we look old. We don't care if you don't agree with our choice not to have kids or to have them, to get married or to not, because your opinion is so worthless to us, you know? Like, it's like asking a used toilet brush what they think. Like, it's obsolete. There's no point. From such a place of hate as well. All your opinions come from a deep self-hatred, and you project that out onto women, and we know, and we're onto it, and that's why we couldn't give a fuck about you. If you need any further proof of this, just look at the men that comment on my videos where I'm just talking about my lifestyle. There will always be men in those comments spouting hate because they hate themselves. Women just do. Women just do not care. You've seen what happens when men run the world. If you really want to scare a man, don't just tell him that you're a feminist, tell him that you're a matriarchy.
Oh, hello.
Tell him that you are out there trying to dismantle not just the patriarchy, but you are going to build a matriarchy on its ashes. And when he asks you if that means that you are seeking revenge, just smile. If you really want to scare a man, don't just tell him that you're a feminist, tell him that you're a matriarchist. Tell him that you are out there trying to dismantle not just the patriarchy, but you are going to build a matriarchy on its ashes. And when he asks you if that means that you are seeking revenge, just smile. If you really want to scare a man, don't just tell him that you're a feminist, tell him that you're a matriarchist. Tell him that you are out there trying to dismantle. Because you want more.
Say that again, because that is exceptionally good.
This is the vagus nerve. If you have complex trauma, your vagus nerve most likely is low toned. In order to tone your vagus nerve, we're going to explore the life and
You wouldn't want me to sign something I don't completely believe in, would you? You don't think it's important to say no to drugs and alcohol? Well, it's just not that simple. How is it not that simple? Drugs are addictive. They cause crime and death. And they also prop up the U.S. economy. What are you talking about? Wait, are you familiar with gross domestic product? It's the total of all the money spent. I know what gross domestic product is. I mean, I definitely signed something that says it'd be great if people didn't get addicted to drugs, but people are addicted to drugs, and in order to get the drugs, they have to buy them, right? And that drug dealer has to feed his family.
There isn't. They can't starve, can they? There's even this theory that says drug money was the only thing that prevented the collapse of the global economy in 2008. You know, when real estate went bust? Because drug money was the only cash available to prop up big banks. Not to mention the 350 million narco dollars that paid for bridges and roads and healthcare, probably even education, maybe even part of this school.
Joel, would you step aside for that, please? You got it. That is right.
You wouldn't want me to sign something I don't completely believe in, would you?
You don't think it's important to say no to drugs and alcohol?
Well, it's just not that simple.
How's it not that simple? Drugs are addictive. They cause crime and death.
And they also prop up the U.S. economy.
What are you talking about?
Wait, are you familiar with gross domestic product? It's the total of all the money spent.
I know what gross domestic product is.
I mean, I definitely signed something that says it'd be great and
then put it into the side of it here. Yes, that way you don't get tied into any monthly subscription to WhatsApp. The entire thing.
The viral video produced by Druski intended to mock Erica Kirk has now amassed nearly 150 million views. However, Erica Kirk herself subsequently intervened in the matter. She appealed directly to Elon Musk, requesting that the post be removed. She argued that as the video's view count continued to skyrocket, it not only subjected her to profound humiliation and ridicule, but also turned her into a global laughingstock. She insisted that the video be taken down, but Elon Musk refused. He stated that he would not remove the video. He pointed out that the video had reached 150 million views precisely because viewers had actively chosen to watch it. He defended the post, characterizing it as a form of comedic performance and parody, and explicitly emphasized the platform's unwavering commitment to free speech. He further declared that the platform would not remove content simply because it offended specific individuals.
So imagine you're a girl, you live in...
shut up. Christian, you got it. Have you chat everyone? I think that men and women should have equal rights, equal fights. That means you want me to beat you up. That means you want me to hurt you, because if that's what you want, equality, that means I can equally hurt you. I think that men and women should have equal rights, equal fights. That means you want me to beat you up. Oh, you said $20 for a drink? I think the fuck not, you trick ass bitch. Oh, you said $20 for a drink? Listen, guys.
Cortisol phase, GLP-1.
I think that meant
More people have been essayed in the UK and by its authority than anyone did on Jeffrey Epstein Island. Don't let that sink in.
Guys, we get offended by this.
it's alright, I feel that way.
Why are so many billionaires pedophile abusers? Is there something in that billionaire water? I was just talking to a friend about this, and I don't get it. Why is it all of them? And I said, because it is the same psychological profile of being an abuser that led them to becoming a billionaire. The same traits of an abuser, exploitiveness, a lack of empathy, hierarchy behavior, the belief that people are expendable, that women are objects, moral flexibility, predatory opportunism. Why are so many pedophiles? so many men are so afraid of being falsely accused of rape. Brother, stop drinking, stop going out late at night, and for God's sake, stop choosing the wrong women. If not, you're literally asking for it. Men are so afraid of...
What's mine?
Just a quickie.
Lost. When God said Israel in Genesis, he was referring to the state that was created and named after that passage. This would literally be on the level, Joe. Is if I named my son Jesus Christ, and then I told you you have to worship my son. Look, it's right there in your Bible. No, you named it after that, dude. Yeah. That doesn't count. That's crazy. They took the spot. When God said Israel in Genesis, he was referring to the state that was created that they named after that passage. This would literally be on the level, Joe. Is if I named my son Jesus Christ, and then I told you have to worship my son. Look, it's right there in your Bible. No, you named it after that, dude. Yeah. That doesn't count. That's crazy. They took the spot. When God said Israel in Genesis, he was referring to the state that was created that they named after that passage. This would literally be on the level, Joe. Is if I named my son Jesus Christ, and then I told you have to worship my son. Look, it's right there in your Bible. No, you named it after that, dude. Yeah. That doesn't count. That's crazy. They took the spot. When God said Israel in Genesis, he was referring to the state that was created that they named.
No, lo que me acabas de decir, mi amor, honestamente, te lo voy a decir. Honestamente, she is 100% real. Listen, if I'm AI, I'm suing because what the fuck is this? I am. Go me coffee. Trying to pass, I got money. I think I had so.
They said men are providers. Yeah, they provide stress, anxiety, early gray hair, high blood pressure, and trauma. They said men are providers. Yeah, they provide stress, anxiety, early gray hair, high blood pressure, and trauma. They said men are providers. Yeah, they provide stress, anxiety, early gray hair, high blood pressure, and trauma.
Do you know what I love doing? I love humbling racist people when I tell them that I'm from Africa and they say, oh my God, do you live in my part? Oh my God, do you even have any water? Oh my God, Africa, this Africa.
We are seeing, being played out on the world stage right now, the darkest expression of masculinity. Sorry to say it, guys, but the Epstein files, the genocides, the wars, violence. Like, right now, in order for this world to heal, we have to start centering women and children. Think about it.
By around 8 to 10%. We're saying, what race would you not be? Right now, I feel like black people. Fuck. We get more love everywhere else than from our own people. I can't even date a black girl without with my nails, my hair, my feet. I need some right bottom. Keep me my nerves. Keep me my color. You know.
Most of the enemies you have are people you once helped in life. This is the paradox of power. Kindness breeds rivals. Loyalty. When you raise a man from the dirt, he does not look at you with gratitude. He looks at you with envy. He remembers the hand that lifted him, but he resents the fact that he once needed it. Every favor creates a debt, and debt is a chain men will never break, even if it means striking the very hand that fed them. That is why benefactors are so often betrayed, while tyrants are feared and obeyed. Understand this truth, help only when it secures your advantage.
If you're not like that, though,
What the fuck is the point? You in a relationship with somebody? Your biggest hater is in your bed?
I've dated my biggest hater. He was in my bed, and it's truly one of, you never go to sleep like peaceful. It's truly so anxious because you're like, not only do you like low-key hate me, you also low-key want to beat me. And that's really terrifying because you're like,
the men coming together, it's so like opposition to the women. It's literally like us versus you guys. And like, you've lost the plot. Marriage is about love and teamwork and like some year.
What do I think? Oh, nigga.
get on your feet!
But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that he's sovereign, but he's just. So let the Lord handle that.
I serve a righteous God, and that is why we say our prayers. We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the Holy Blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man. Don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country.
Get on your feet, boy!
This is fucking weird.
But we serve a just God, and I rest easy in knowing that he's sovereign, but he's just. So let the Lord handle that.
I serve a righteous God, and that is why we say our prayers. We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the Holy Blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man. Don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America.
The easiest way to tell.
Get on your feet, boy! Get on your feet, boy! Get on your feet, boy! Get on your...
The easiest way to.
I never realized that I didn't have good parents until I had kids. I was like,
What if I told you? We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but.
How about all the kids that died when the USA hit the tower?
It broke my heart. That is the
War is raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but.
How about all the kids that died when the USA hit the tower?
It broke my heart. That is the
She was probably... I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like... She was probably... I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like... She was probably... I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like...
Oh my God. That is amazing.
Oh, women have so many advantages. They can get rich just from being hot. That's your money. You objectify women. Oh, women can't get drafted, so they should have no say on war. Then you should have no say on abortion because you can't get pregnant, right? Oh, male victims aren't taking this seriously. You decided that women are the weak and incapable ones and that men are the lone wolf providers who no one should be expected to help even in their times of need. That's patriarchy. And it's ironic because the
higher voices
In my head, I hear horses stamping up and down.
This is the only prison that you're told to the doctor all the time. All the time.
I just haven't got it in me to swallow my pride concerning this individual officer because he just always seems to get on my nerves.
What's your sentence?
I'm doing life.
For what?
Murder.
Can you do it?
It's not whether can I do it, I've got to do it because I'm here.
How will you do it?
I do it to the best of my ability, and that's just getting on with it and doing whatever I can to help myself. It's got to be done. I can't cry about it. I've done all my crying. I just take each day at a time, and I just keep my head down and I just get on with it.
You've done your crime.
I've done my crying. There's days when I do still cry.
I hear voices in my head. I hear horses stamping up and down.
This is the only prison that you're told to the doctor all the time. All the time.
I just haven't got it in me to swallow my pride concerning this individual officer because he just always seems to get on my nerves.
What's your sentence?
I'm doing life.
For what?
Murder.
Can you do it?
It's not whether can I do it, I've got to do it because I'm here.
How will you do it?
I do it to the best of my ability, and that's just getting on with it and doing whatever I can to help myself. It's got to be done. I can't cry about it. I've done all my crying. I just take each day at a time, and I just keep my head down and I just get on with it.
You've done your crime.
I've done my crime.
Oh, women have so many.
Islam is not compatible with Western civilization, period. I'm not talking individual. We're talking about the macro ideology where many of them gather together and what that metastasizes into. How is it incompatible? Number one, we as Christians believe in freedom of speech. We believe that it is our birthright. Islamists do not believe in freedom of speech, period. You cannot question Muhammad. You cannot make fun of him. You cannot question the state. Number two, they do not believe that Islam is not...
This is what it looks like when peace.
Why do so many men really want to date children? Agreeable women are sexy. Agreeable men are not. This is weird, right? There's so many men online with this kind of rhetoric where they really get obsessed with turning women into either a child or a robot or just anything without its personhood. They want to remove agency, essentially. They want to turn a kind of adulthood into compliance. Whether it's agreeable women or passive women or women with low body counts or feminine women or submissive women, it's always the same move. Take away the personhood of the woman who exists and reshape her into something else, something quieter, something that won't push back. A child or a robot. I mostly avoided this guy. He did a weird little hit piece about me back in December. He Googled my dance career, got...
Stop telling a victim of rape to just get over it. Rape is a crime that you will never understand until you personally have been through it. We always hear phrases like, oh, just get over it, or it's all in your head. No.
Has knowingly and deliberately involved itself in wholly illegal in any terms bombardment of Gaza and the responsibility for the deaths of 71,000 people in Gaza, the mental health crisis that will be in Gaza for the next century and beyond because of what's happened, and the Nakba, the second Nakba that's coming as the Israeli forces will try to drive them out. And the British government knew all this all along. They refused to accept the argument that they were complicit in genocide. So the conclusion we come from is this. If the ICJ, International Court of Justice, has decided that acts of genocide are taking place, and this country knowingly occasioned and supplied weapons to Israel, knowing what they're going to be used for, that makes the British government complicit in genocide. And so when we produce this report,
Oh, I am willing to bet that Erica Kirk is pissed about the new skit that Druski just released. Can't nobody say that this man is not funny. I fear Druski 8. The first part of this skit, he shows up with the sparklers in that all-white outfit. Let me tell you, he got the look right all the way from the hair on her head to the shoes on her feet. Stop. Then the devil stare that nobody can forget. Once again, I fear Druski 8. Then he goes into the weird, awkward scenes where it always feels like she's making herself look like she's crying. And no, he couldn't forget the hand gesture, because she never fails to do this after she gets done looking like she's about to cry, and then throwing his twist on Erica Kirk's weird speeches that just never land right. I just know Erica Kirk right now is sitting back looking at this skit with those devilish eyes. She is so mad about this, because I'm afraid that Druski didn't miss one time with his representations of Erica Kirk. But y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments. Oh, I am willing to bet that.
I guess I have to do it myself. I know. I guess I have to do it myself. I know.
It's exhausting. I hate that I let some people in on my life that I wish I did.
The club isn't the best place to find another, so the bar is where I go. Oh, me and my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast, and then we talk slow. And you come over, hey, come back. The club isn't the best place to find another, so the bar is where I go. And
All the girls that be like this,
This guy. Funny face. Yeah. He's feeling it. Hello. I'm okay. Bless you. I hope you're well.
where you going, man? Come back. It went with the music. Your hat is whack.
That is whack. That is whack.
Where you going, man? Come back. It went with the music. Your hat is whack.
God.
The cut.
Yeah, give it some go. Yes, gets lost. Yes, get lost. Oh, it's good to laugh. Yes, get lost. Yes, get lost. Yes, get lost.
That's what you call a proper fucking coffee, lads. You don't need milk, just a fucking pelter of a coffee. Quick tap on here. That's fucking fuck. You will get them washed. Get do as you're told and get washed then, man. I'm not fucking having you chopping at me. If you want to fight, like I said last time, get outside. If that's showing you, you punch. Your new technique, I've learned how to punch, lads. Do it. Fucking hell, you bastard! That's what you call a proper fucking coffee, lads. You don't need milk, just a fucking pelter of a coffee.
Oh, yeah, you can see my side.
I hate that I let.
For some reason, I find this extremely hilarious.
Get on your feet!
I hate that I let some. I hate that I.
Turn off what? I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call JJ Wentworth. 877 I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call JJ Wentworth. 877 cash now.
silly.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
It gets me every time. It's so unexpected. It's so unexpected.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
Oh, that's so silly. It's so silly.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
I'm just a big baby, really.
Who are you? Get on your feet!
Protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs. Yes, because they are the ones who mattered most.
45 p.m. there.
Egyptian women are number one in beating their husbands around the world.
Thank you so much for this awards. I don't know what to say. I don't know who to thank first. Oh my God. But let me tell you something. Us Egyptian women, if we are mean to you, this mean we care for you very much.
We do what you really wish.
I'm clapping. I'm praising. I feel like I just snorted cocaine or something. I'm so excited. And I never did that before. For the record. For the record. For the record. For the record. And I'm clapping my hands. I'm clapping. I'm praising. I feel like I just snorted cocaine or something. I'm so excited. And I never did that before. For the record. For the
So, Erica Kirk suing me over a video I posted, me in all white, walking in.
Well, the World Cup is in trouble. Nobody wants to come here. Ticket sales are down. They've actually had to lower the price of the tickets because they can't give them away at this point. They thought they were going to get thousands and thousands of dollars for tickets, and they may not even be able to get $100. We, personally, my family, we have heard from our friends that are either in Europe or the UK, and there's no way that they would come to the United States right now. They can see just how dangerous it is, and they're not willing to bring their children to this country. And I don't blame them. They can see for themselves what's going on. They've actually watched the videos. They can see the protests. They can see what ICE agents are doing to people. And they're not in the cult. So they don't believe this statement that comes out of the White House and Kristi Noem. I mean, it's very clear to them that they are blatantly lying about what's in these videos and what ICE is actually doing. And that they are just grabbing people off the street and asking questions. So I knew the World Cup wasn't going to be a good idea to have in the United States. And there you have it. Well, the World Cup is in trouble. Nobody wants to come here. Ticket sales are down. They've actually had to lower the price of the tickets because they can't give them away at this point. They thought they were going to get thousands and thousands of dollars for tickets, and they may not even be able to get $100. We, personally, my family, we have heard from our friends that are either in Europe or the UK, and there's no way that they would come to the United States right now. They can see just how dangerous it is.
How do you feel about white people?
How do we feel about white people?
How do you feel about it?
Let's read about what God said about white people.
Tell me first and then read that.
Yeah.
Job 9:24. The earth.
Gucci flip flops, like you hit your bitch in the side. This is deep white, I'm tripping off. Put his teeth out, when it's time.
You're a Balenciaga, Harry.
Turn away from Satan. Jesus, he loves you. You don't know the first thing about love. I am filled with Christ's love. God, you are just jealous of my success in the Lord. This is not a weapon. You idiot. Turn away from Satan. Jesus, he loves you. You don't know.
Erica Kirk has responded to Druski's.
See what I mean? Fuck history.
Well, that's right. Fuck history.
Yeah, fuck history.
I'm Mr. Moses. I expect you'll be ready for your quiz tomorrow.
Where's my ass? The white man teaching black history anyway. That's some bullshit. Go on, trust nobody. Trust nobody. You know what I mean? Straight up. My closest friends did me in. My closest friends, my homies, people who I done took care of their whole family. I done took care of everything for them, looked out for them, put them in the game, everything. Turned on them. Fear is stronger than love. Remember that. Fear is stronger than love. All the love I gave didn't mean nothing when it came to fear. Trust nobody. Trust nobody. You know what I mean? Straight up. My closest friends did me in. My
many sourced from Iran. That is adding pressure on food prices.
I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell.
Israel has a right to try and target those victims.
Do not use other genocides to describe history. But I can tell you that we are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians.
We are not the victims. Sorry, we are the victims.
But when there is a war, it doesn't matter who your enemy is, you need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
If you don't kill those supposedly innocent kids, what would happen later? This one will kill 50 people. They will become terrorists one way or the other. So that's what the Torah says. Someone is on the way to kill you now or in a year from now. You can kill him even now, a year before. You don't have to wait a minute before. But the point is right here that Hashem say, do not have mercy on the children. Kill all their children also. Why? There's no difference between them and their children. In 10 years from now, these children will attack you on the way. Hashem knows.
Hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell.
When someone is jealous or envious of you, they're going to do these three things. Number one, they isolate you. They create distance between you and other people by excluding you from them.
The Arabs are still selling us as slaves, and no one has a problem with that. No one sees anything wrong with that. So if I speak on it, I'm an occult, I'm evil for bringing it out. Oh, you listen.
Yeah? What year? Oh yeah, it's Ramadan. I love Ramadan. We'll go over and live in Ramadan then. Yeah? How about I'll build a mosque in Mecca? How about that? Yeah? How about that? Hey, this is England, yeah? I don't want any of Islam. We take it back to Ramadan. Yeah? I'm back to Ramadan. Yeah? What year? Oh yeah, it's Ramadan. I love Ramadan. We'll go over and live in Ramadan then. Yeah? How about I'll build a mosque in Mecca? How about that? Yeah? How about that? Hey, this is England, yeah? I don't want any of Islam. We take it back to Ramadan. Yeah? I'm back to Ramadan. Yeah? What year? Oh yeah, it's Ramadan. I love Ramadan. We'll go over and live in Ramadan then. Yeah? How about I'll build a mosque in Mecca? How about that? Yeah? How about that? Hey, this is England, yeah? I don't want any of Islam. We take it back to Ramadan. Yeah? I'm back to Ramadan. Yeah? What year? Oh yeah, it's Ramadan. I love Ramadan. We'll go over and live in Ramadan then. Yeah? How about I'll build a mosque in Mecca? How about that? Yeah? How about that? Hey, this is England, yeah? I don't want any of Islam.
the absolutely barbaric case of Angela Shellis, a Welsh mother of two who on the evening of October 23rd last year was
for them here on earth. Oh, of course. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that. He's sovereign, but he's just. So let the Lord handle that. It's an honor tonight to be able to introduce to you a very
She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she's making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
stop. Before I close, I'll share with you that I asked our daughter.
She's so weird. What it says she's beautiful. Okay. I'm here because she's. Look at this hand signal in her hair.
What she would like to say to Daddy for his birthday. It's Charlie saying, baby E's, just stop. Stop.
Oh, mate. Yeah, good for you.
I don't know what to do. It's like your lady thing.
Can you go away, please?
Sometimes it's quite funny and interesting.
A man falls in love, so he falls in love. But a woman falls in hate and power. Women love that power because for a woman to respond, see, when he sees a weak man, like a card shark, when a card shark sees a nice sucker, something in him responds to the weakness, and see, because there's a pride in there that sees an easy meal, right? An easy mark. There are people like that all over the society. They get excited when they see something weak. Well, within a woman, because she's hated her father, she's separate from God, and the only fulfillment she can find now is the fulfillment of a fallen man by serving a fallen man. Then she feels she has a place. See that she's needed. Follow me? Yes, sir. Over there.
It's very crippling to the male child to observe that relationship between the mother and his father.
Absolutely.
And now I'm to the point where I can see through all that, and when I call my mother on it, like I'm no longer going for her program, then she says that I'm nuts. That who put that in your head, children?
Right. She doesn't want to be exposed.
Right.
Because that's the dark side of her.
Very dark.
Because she is dependent on power.
Yeah.
You see, because the woman that rises to the occasion of that man's need or oppression, to the occasion of that need by men, follow? Whichever occasion. The woman that succumbs to that to fulfill herself.
I start the clip.
What?
What?
Just so you know, when I'm got the people in court that I'm suing, the civil servants. What?
What?
It's a hell of a fucking morning. I mean, the sun's out, birds are flying.
I don't know, like Elon Musk. He's a genius. No, he's fucking not. Why do men look for housewives when they don't have a house? Why are men concerned with gold diggers when they have no gold to dig?
Oh, it's only, okay.
I'm just curious.
Okay, well.
I'm just wondering. Just a question.
First things first. That's too much.
You want a woman to cook in your kitchen? What kitchen? Where? Where's it?
I have all the participants who have a house where they have a kitchen. Let's go have it there.
What?
I love white boys. I love
Druski, man, you crazy, man.
And you see me doing my interviews. I'm 13. So what advice do you... Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
13?
Yeah.
Oh my god, they like told me that.
Alright, so what advice do you want to give me since you see me doing my interviews?
Advice for you?
Yeah.
Just quit. Honestly,
you see me doing my interviews. I'm 13. So what advice do you...
I hate when good-looking people are humble. So you mean to tell me that you're good-looking and you have a kind heart? I need you to do something to make me hate you. And if you don't, I'm just gonna make something up. I hate
Morgan Freeman.
big-headed bitch on
The way that I do it, I reverse engineered every classified and unclassified training document I've ever read in my life, and just kind of reverse engineered it to work on myself and to change my own behavior. And I think there's a ton of really high quality bullshit out there about goal setting and discipline and how to change your own behavior. If your brain does not have the raw materials to produce motivation and focus and emotional regulation, there is no mindset on earth or meditation program in the world that's ever going to save you. Ever. So I don't care how disciplined that you think you should be. If the chemistry is off, the system fails.
Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
Well, I had a gun either way, so I'm gonna go bear, because I could take some photos.
This is huge breaking news coming in. An estimated 7 million Americans have taken to the streets today across more than 3,000 cities in every state, sending one clear message: no kings. From Minneapolis to Boston and Philadelphia, massive crowds are protesting against Donald Trump and his administration. In some cities, turnout has crossed 100,000, with even rural and small-town America seeing unexpected.
If you don't stand for something, you fall for everything. If you don't stand for something, you fall for everything. If you don't stand for something, you fall for everything. If you don't stand for something, you fall for everything.
What I should.
Maybe you just need to go the cheaper version of when a girl loves you. She will be so attached to you. It's literally crazy that women have created an entire multi-million-dollar industry.
Cop shot an Australian reporter on live TV.
The hours of standing on this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at call centers, moving them on to the part of LA.
This is how lawsuits get born. Now everyone's asking for accountability. Cop shot an Australian reporter on live TV.
The hours of standing.
Everything I'm saying is a warning.
If an Islamic country invaded the UK, who would you fight for?
I would defend the country. Why? Because they've got no reason to do. They attack this.
So the UK.
It's the nearest Muslim country to this country.
Hypothetical question: is it country first or Islam first for you?
Islam's Muslim.
Before the country?
No, before me. Before my family. Before my kids.
So for you, Islam comes before the country, which in my opinion makes you dangerous.
No. Because the two can simultaneously exist. I don't.
We'll still never win because. Anyway, you'll still never win because nothing is.
Why would anyone travel to the United States for the FIFA World?
Let the Epstein class fight the Epstein war. Earlier today, I wrote a letter to the Prime Minister telling him to take action to stop the war in Iran. It is causing a lot of suffering overseas. It is causing a lot of economic pain to working people here in Canada. And not a single Canadian should ever be put in harm's way to try and defend Donald Trump's foolish Iranian war. And I'll go a step further, and I'll say no American either. No American child from the blue collar or the middle class.
If that was the situation.
Here's my take. In the years after Barack Obama's presidency, it became an article of faith that one of his central errors in foreign policy was the Syria red line. He said that he would attack Syria if it used chemical weapons. But when evidence emerged that it had used those weapons, he pushed the question of intervention to Congress, which declined to act. A disaster, Donald Trump called it at the time, a cause of generational and reputational damage, said then Senator Marco Rubio. Part of an incoherent maze of foreign policy, Pete Hegseth argued a few years later. In ignoring a red line that he had drawn, Lindsey Graham explained, Obama had risked squandering American credibility around the world. Obama's red line flip-flop looks like the model of careful policy making compared to what we have witnessed since the Iran war began. Last week, President Trump posted on social media that if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. The rest of the story is well known. Iran refused to be cowed by this threat and continued its attacks and its closure of the strait. Trump's response? To quickly climb down and announce that he had postponed any action on energy infrastructure for 5 days, claiming that suddenly, overnight, Iran and the US had been engaged in productive conversations toward a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, quote unquote. The Iranians denied any such talks were taking place. Now Trump says he's extending the pause by another week and a half. It is by now clear that Donald Trump is being graded on a curve. When he says he will raise tariffs to 130%, or that he will blow up Iran's biggest gas field, or that, quote, the war is very complete, pretty much, unquote. None of these statements mean much. They could be actual American policies or not, or they could stand as policy for a day or a week, after which they will change. After saying that the war was pretty much complete, that same day, Trump asserted, we haven't won enough and we will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. He said that he agreed to negotiate with Iran's leaders, but then couldn't because they keep getting killed, though it is, of course, his own military and Israel's which is doing the killing. All clear? Trump supporters claim this incoherence is strategic genius, that he's keeping people off guard. Except that the policy seems to change for a variety of reasons. Maybe the stock market falls, or maybe the target country lavishes praise on Trump and gives him a gold.
Good morning.
Trump's superpower is that he is flexible enough to turn on a dime and has a base that will accept anything he proposes. Once unalterably opposed to Middle East wars, many of his MAGA supporters now believe in this Middle East war with the zeal of converts. And while Trump has made clear that he would like to end the hostilities, the problem this time, unlike the tariffs, is that he cannot unilaterally stop what he started. Iran gets a vote, and it is currently voting to keep fighting, calculating that though weakened, it has enough military power to do damage to the world economy, thereby inflicting pain on the US.
Oh yes, the washing machine's coming. Oh God. I'll get a text when that comes.
Just a strange reality television show in which the main actor swerves, bobs, and weaves his way through crises, hoping that what he says today will solve the crisis caused by what he said yesterday. The day before he threatened to obliterate Iran's power plants, Trump claimed that the U.S. was considering winding down its military operations against Iran and implied that protecting the Strait of Hormuz was not his problem and could be dealt with by other nations whose imports passed through the strait. At another point, he said he didn't need any other country's help. Businessmen used to rail against previous administrations because of policy uncertainty, quote unquote. Now they line up to praise Trump as his carnival of chaos roils markets almost every week.
No, I'm okay. Bless you. I'm fine. I can go to I can go to Arena Food Center or whatever. There's places nearby. Actually, I'll go to B&M. That'd be the best place to go.
decades to extract short-term goodies, sometimes to the benefit of his own family's business interests. But in Iran, he seems to have come up against an adversary that won't play by his rules. The Trump administration sent Iran a 15-point peace plan to end the war this week, but Tehran did not accept it. At the center of the proposed deal is Iran's nuclear program. The Trump administration is pushing for Iran to dismantle its main nuclear sites, halt its uranium enrichment, and hand over its current uranium stockpile, among other commitments. A key player in any potential deal will be the UN's nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency. Rafael Grossi, the Director General of that organization, has been involved in the mediation efforts. He joins me now. Let me ask you, Director General, about the nuclear issue. So on the nuclear part of the demands and counter demands, what is the nub of the disagreement? The Iranians say that they have the right to enrichment. The Americans say they don't want them to have any enrichment. Is there a compromise there? Because that seems to me the heart of the matter.
Of course, there can be many forms of compromise. And this is, of course, something that the negotiating parties have to come to. And it wouldn't be new. I was part of this frustrated, truncated negotiating process that was taking place last February, you may remember. And then last year as well, there was another attempt, both mediated by the foreign minister of Oman, you may remember. And there, of course, the issue of enrichment is at the center. This idea of a right
bless you.
Per se does not
I'm
exist.
sorry you've got a difficult shift.
Of course.
That's very annoying.
But they
very
have
annoying, yes.
All their facilities,
that's what I say.
All their facilities to inspections by the IEA. The United States has said repeatedly, we do not want to see enrichment
Bless
there.
you.
And in the past processes, we were considering some alternatives that would result in a very limited activity related to uranium enrichment, which, of course, as is evident, didn't work. So now the question mark here is whether we would go, or they would try in the conversation to go to a zero enrichment or some activity, and also probably some form of moratorium, maybe for a number of years, whereby Iran would not renounce to this activity, but would put it on the side, so to speak, for some time, in a wider process of confidence building. But here I am already speculating, and I'm not very comfortable in that area.
Do you believe that, given the level of bombardment that has taken place, Iran could still rebuild its program? You do hear people say, look, they have the knowledge. You can't bomb away
because
the
they'll
knowledge.
call me.
Or do you
and I've
think
got my
that the
phone
facilities are now in such
so
bad
I
shape
can
that
hear.
It would be many years before they could do something?
Farid, there is no contradiction in both assertions of what you just said. So there was enormous damage, in particular during the 12-day war last year at Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo. You remember that campaign was mainly focused on the nuclear facilities. What we are seeing now, this war that has...
You don't have to leave me. You can hang out here if you want.
Has had, a
You
number
don't have to leave.
targets and objectives that go far beyond the remit of the nuclear. So last year there was enormous
You
damage.
can ask questions if you want, but you don't have
not
to.
everything was destroyed.
If I stop answering, it's probably because I'm falling
We're
asleep.
not here doing a military assessment of what survived and what not. But it is obvious that not everything was destroyed. And also,
Thank you for the bed sheet.
Your second phrase is absolutely true.
So nice.
One cannot unlearn what one has learned and has been doing. Don't forget that this activity of uranium enrichment, which is rather complex, is not something that is impossible to do.
They look very cool.
Quite
They look super cute.
sophisticated methodology.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So the
I like it.
centrifuges that spin at high velocity to separate the isotope of uranium, which is interesting, from the one which is not. All of these things Iran has mastered throughout the years. And this is not per se a nuclear activity. So you may have in Iran dozens or perhaps more workshops or small factories where they could, reproduce these capacities.
And this is what happens when you have someone who is utterly unqualified, who doesn't know anything, who is a con artist, a masterful con artist in the White House. He doesn't have the intellectual capacity to understand these issues.
Hello and welcome to the Trump Report. I'm Maddie Hale. We're sticking with Iran. I know I say this every day, but
I think Kara's going to bring it at some point.
More that has happened, more impact on the globe. So it's not just,
Bless
isolated
you.
to Iran. It's not just isolated to the Middle East. This is having an effect on the economy going forward. So just a reminder that you can watch us every day, Monday through Friday, on the Trump Report YouTube page. You can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcasts. And as I keep saying, we're now on Instagram, we're on TikTok, we're on Facebook. If you want to see clips of the show, you don't want to watch the whole thing, it is there with, of course, links to the full show. We're usually around 25 to 35 minutes. So my guest today is Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, professor at Rochester Institute of Technology, and an author of an array of books on Donald Trump, Professor David K. Johnston. Thank you so much for joining the show.
Glad to be with you again, Maddie.
Love having you on the show, David. We haven't spoken in a few weeks, especially as this conflict has escalated. I want to start with what's kind of the big story as of today. The Iran war has spilled into a wider energy crisis. Just for our audience, here's what happened. Israel struck Iran's South Pars gas field. They share this with Qatar. Iran retaliated across the Gulf, declaring energy sites were now legitimate targets. Missiles then hit Qatar's Ras Laffan LNG hub. This is one of the world's biggest gas export sites. The global energy shock begins. Oil prices spike. LNG supplies at risk. The war, spreads beyond just Iran. It has to also be noted that Iran was attacking various energy facilities in Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi before this strike from Israel. So run me through the chaos, David. What sort of escalation these strikes from both Iran and Israel have led to as we see these oil prices jump above $110 a barrel?
Well, what you're seeing is that Donald Trump is a seat-of-the-pants guy who did no planning for this, has no knowledge of the region and what it means. I mean, he gave a talk the other day where he said you could just take one step from Iran to Qatar, about 120 miles.
Resident Evil's cool.
Across the peninsula and the body of water where the Strait of Hormuz is the choke point.
What else?
And
people seem we've got Sea of Thieves.
On his side.
Some people want to play Sea of Thieves with me.
For this, and they have an order of march aimed at decapitating again and again and again whoever comes up as leaders. The Iranians also clearly have serious military plans. They have many thousands of drones, evidently, and they recognize that they can harry their neighbors and make it very painful for them by shutting down.
Hi, Jade. How you doing, buddy?
At the wellhead, bring oil and natural gas up to the surface. So you're seeing essentially two countries that are prepared for this kind of a conflict, and then the U.S. involved inside. Donald Trump, makes wild claims that have no basis in fact. The war will be over in 4 weeks. Well, if it isn't, oil prices are going to go a lot higher. The International
I'm okay.
Energy Agency.
I'm very angry at myself. I haven't been able to sleep, but it's okay. It's okay.
Reserves. That sounds like a lot of oil. It's not. It's less than 4 days global consumption. So if 1/5 of the global consumption of oil is not available because
the latest one is so good.
That means you've got about a month.
Scary.
And then you're going to have a
what is that? I played COD. Okay. Did the latest zombies map Easter egg? Then went back to Resident. Yeah.
Chinese have prepared for something like this. They have
latest one is so good, is it? Yeah.
South Korea and Japan manufacturing export countries,
or you
they've
can't
got
switch
30-day
off.
supply or so.
Just I don't know.
Oil prices.
Because I want to go to bed at 12 at night, but I just never do it.
Phillips O'Brien,
Right.
he tweeted, he said, watching Trump, a teaser on the edge of blowing
I
up the
don't
world
know.
economy because of combination of hubris, strategic incoherence, mendacity, and outright stupidity might be the most extraordinarily depressing thing I've observed in my entire life or read about in any other period. Professor, is he right? Is Trump's arrogance?
Oh, what? With the trolls, yeah?
in Iran about to blow up the world economy?
I'm sorry for not blocking more people more quickly. I know it's probably annoying for you guys. I appreciate that. But I swear they do help my views. I swear they do. I don't know exactly, but I swear they do. Somewhat. And I quite enjoy baiting them. I just like the idea that my bait might possibly be helping me in irritating them enough and hyping up my views. I love it so much. Because you don't even have to act good. Like, you don't have to be good at acting like you're angry. You can even comically act angry and they still think it's serious. They can't tell the difference. No, but it doesn't affect me that much. I think it affects my fans a lot more than it affects me.
Basically, one massive gas field under the sea.
I think
There's an Iranian
I don't think so.
Qatar side. So if the Iranian side is
Like, you know, it's I think that's relatively minor. Really. They don't dox me or try to call the emergency services. I also enjoy crushing them. And I love using them. I love using them to feed my views. I find that immensely beautiful. It's touching to me. You know, I feel like I'm their mother. I find it extremely gratifying knowing how much I'm winding them up. Because I don't even need their responses, like if they're annoyed or not. I know exactly how deeply they're annoyed. That's why they started doxing me in the end, because they're desperate. They're so unbelievably desperate to get reaction out of me. But that's when I just block them. That's it, baby. I know how angry they are. I understand how small minds work.
I can tell you this. I can see him going, yeah, whatever. Do what they need to do. Because he doesn't know anything.
And I find it beautiful watching them. Watching their little brain cells go in slow motion. It's like they're just so slow. It's boring. But it's wonderful to make them feel. You know, I know how I'm making them feel. And that makes me feel. I'm very feel. Yeah, my washing machine is coming today, buddy. Yes. Good news. I want to make more troll videos, like me trolling people. Anyone. Oh yeah, I really... Okay, let's relax. I can do that. Let me think about steps towards doing that. I've got the phone. All I need to do is find somewhere that I can sign up with the number. And hopefully I'll start getting scam calls.
I wonder this statement, this Truth Social statement that he put out, Professor, do you think Trump essentially threw Israel under the bus there?
No, actually not. If you listen very carefully to the statement, there's an escape clause.
I love to troll some Indian scam. You know, scam call centers. Oh, that'd be fun.
I don't see any possibility that Donald, having tied his wagon to Benjamin Netanyahu, is going to break with him unless something very dramatic happens. And you can be sure that the Iranians who rely on that liquefied natural gas field primarily for domestic consumption, they're doing everything they can to cap off wellheads and reduce exposure. The Qataris depend on this for foreign earnings. Now, the Qataris have an enormous amount of wealth stored up already, so they can sustain this for some
You get them daily, so annoying. Oh, what'd you get daily? I forgot what we're talking about. So dozy. I get them daily, so
We
annoying.
don't recover all the natural gas in any field. We get a quarter, half, maybe 2/3 in a few rare cases. And so when you interrupt a flow that's been calibrated by the oil engineers, you run the risk that you will be able to.
Oh, you get them daily spam calls. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. No, it's cool talking. Don't worry. If I just stop responding, then that means I'm falling asleep. Spam calls, law. Okay, how do you get them? Do you know how you got them? Or if you have any numbers, like scam call numbers that you know of, let me know. I'll call them. I've bought a little phone for it, like a little 20 quid Nokia. And I've got like a SIM card in it.
Maybe Venezuela 2.0. That is not what Israel.
And the phone has a loudspeaker, so I can like live stream it. But I'd only live stream it over YouTube because then I can swear properly.
He does not want to hear. Not a single one of them can explain what goal is. So, is that your interpretation of what's happened? That Trump thought this would be a clean kill, taking out the supreme leader, the instatement of a new regime, obviously not taking into effect that his son would be appointed, and perhaps the obliteration of whatever nuclear capabilities were left.
I'd really love to wind some scam call centers up. I'm really good at just talking non-stop shit.
Clearly, Donald doesn't know what he is doing here. Remember, he claimed that he could shut down the war in Ukraine in a single day without even taking the oath of office for the second time, and that hasn't gone anywhere. Donald has this magical thinking in his head. He just has these mystical powers, and people will do what he wants. And look at the complete rejection of him and his policy here by European countries, South Korea, Australia, and Japan, who've all said, hey, that's your war, pal. We are not going to go get involved in your war. And the idea of the Israelis clearly have extraordinary signals intelligence. They've been finding, hunting, and killing leaders. They're not going to succeed in that strategy because there's so much bench strength. There are layers upon layers of people who were built up by the Ayatollahs in both the theocracy and the military, who kill the head of this or that unit. They kill the Ayatollah who's the supreme leader. They'll produce another one. And as time goes by, you're likely to get more bellicose, not less bellicose people. And you may at some point have someone who's very radical in how they want to address these things. So Donald has no control over this, even though he believes he does.
And it kind of reminds me of that game, whack-a-mole, where they try and put one, hit one down, another one comes up, hit one down, and then it will just be this cycle where we don't know where we're at, we don't know who's in charge of the Iranian regime, Professor. But I want to move on because what I've found interesting in the last few weeks is that you've had a lot of people talking about how much plotting and planning and war games goes into a war like this. So Ian Goldberg, he's a former Pentagon and State Department official. He's been kind of summarizing this war up in really easy layman's terms, and he wrote an article called "I War Gamed for Obama," and this is the worst case scenario. So he said that the way the worst case scenario goes is that the US hits Iran, Iran retaliates hard, the Strait of Hormuz gets shut, oil prices explode, the US is forced to escalate, maybe through strikes, maybe through troops on the ground, the war spreads across the Middle East, a massive regional war and global economic crisis begins. And then he kind of talks about how the worst case scenario plays out for Donald Trump himself. So he says he gets dragged into a long, unwinnable war. It crashes the global economy. Americans feel it. They feel it as petrol prices surge. They feel it as the cost of living spikes. And then there's political backlash at home. So it affects his presidency, his legacy, and the midterm elections, which, of course, are happening in the coming months in November. So the way I'm explaining it, Professor, it feels like we're already on our way to that, does it not?
Well, Donald Trump is not in control of where this war is going to go. If anybody's in control, it's the Iranians. And the Tehran regime is not going to be conquered. Trump is making noises about sending U.S. troops. Now, the next important development here is going to be Whether Congress will vote the additional money Trump needs to continue the war. Apparently, the talk now is of $200 billion additional. That would indicate a war lasting about 7 more months. And I'll be very surprised if he's able to get that kind of funding. He'll get some kind of funding because everyone will be afraid of not supporting the troops. This is also a war in which, even though we are in the late stages of the digital economy on our way to the genetic or biological economy that's coming, what we're going to see this most affect is the old industrial economy. At some point, the South Koreans, the Japanese, the Chinese, the Germans, these manufacturing export economies are not going to be able to build the things that make their economies work. They're not going to have the energy they need to make the machines go and to use the electricity they need. And China will probably be a big beneficiary of this because they worked so hard to switch to solar and wind power. But this may be sort of the last hurrah where industrial capacity is what will tilt us away from a robust economy. And the Iranians have no interest in anything but standing their ground. They survived an 8-year war with Iraq. They have over 1 million trained soldiers. Most of them are not uniformed, but trained. And we know that people will fight for their own homeland, even if they hate the government at the head of it. So the idea of a ground assault of any consequence means, we're going to be in a very long war. There's going to be tremendous inflation in the U.S. economy and the world economy. The British economy are all going to have to go in the tank if that happens.
You mentioned this $200 billion number. I just want to stay on that for a minute. So the Pentagon has asked the White House for over $200 billion for a new funding package for the Iran war. So this could bring a battle to Congress, of course, if not everyone will want to approve it. But you say this 6 months, I do wonder if this price tag does suggest that the Department of Defense thinks that the US will be fighting in Iran for potentially 6 to 12 months.
Well, I'm sure the generals and admirals think that, and they clearly were not listened to here. The Pentagon war games things all over the place all the time. They did a war game in the early 1960s that eerily predicted Osama bin Laden's attack on 9/11. They have war gamed everything you can imagine. I once asked somebody who worked in war games, have you ever done Santiago and Buenos Aires nuking each other? And he didn't say they did, but he said that was, basically to make clear that was not a crazy question. But of course, they've done things like that. So the generals and admirals understand that we're not in control of this. We can't just shut this off. And the Iranians have every interest in destabilizing the Sunni regimes. They're a Shiite regime, all of which feel threatened by Iran and trying to bring about uprisings by the Shia minorities in Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, the Emirates, etc.
Professor, do you think that's why Trump requested the help of EU leaders, Western allies, because this swift operation it was meant to be has now become too expensive for the United States to go at it alone?
Yes, and this goes back to something called the Powell Doctrine. After 9/11, Colin Powell, who had been the chief military officer in the United States, and later Secretary of State, said that if you're going to go into a country, as with Kuwait when Iraq invaded it, you want to have overwhelming force. You want to build a coalition of every country you possibly can. And you want to move very quickly when you get there, and you want public support. Well, Trump doesn't have public support for this war. It's causing fissures, not the collapse of the MAGA movement, but fissures within it. His candidates are not doing well in the by-elections that we've been having that will continue all through this year. We don't have in the U.S. the resources alone, even with the Israelis, to undertake a successful ground war, in all likelihood, in Tehran. And the rejection by all these countries tells you, Donald Trump spent the last year saying, Starmer, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing. The Canadian Prime Minister is an idiot. Besides, they're a minor trading partner. Canada's our biggest trading partner. And so he's alienated our friends, and then he asks them to help us. No, you do that before you attack. You build that coalition before you attack. And now Joe Kent, a solid Trumper, a man who's an election denier, he's completely into Trump, has resigned as the head of the Center on Counterterrorism because he says there was no imminent threat and there was no plan to go to war. Who goes to war without a plan? This is. I assure you that Vladimir Putin had a plan for invading Ukraine. It didn't work out, as most plans don't. You know, the old saying, all military plans die in the first hour of battle. But they had no plan whatsoever for this. Donald Trump says America first, just went along behind Israel.
What my worry is that the reason why Europe and Western allies are opting out of helping is because they believe it's not their war. They've said, we didn't ask for this, we weren't privy to this, you didn't plan with us, and that their involvement will only escalate things. But I worry that Trump will turn around and say, well, Ukraine isn't my war, so why should we help you? Why should we, negotiations aside, because they've obviously gone nowhere, Professor, but why should we provide Ukraine with this intelligence? Because that's the main thing they're providing right now. And if that happens, and he says that, hey, why are we involved in Ukraine then? I wonder if Europe says, okay, well, we'll help you out in the Gulf, but we need your help out in Ukraine.
I think that's less likely. I think it's more likely the European countries will say, we're going to have to step up and do more to defend Ukraine. One of the problems there will be that Europe does not have the satellite communications capabilities that are controlled by Elon Musk, who has made it clear that he sees the world more through Putin's eyes than Zelensky's. He's cut off Starlink access in the past. I'll be very surprised if Trump is able to effectively politically blackmail European countries into this, but they're going to have to be some massive adjustments to deal with this, with a big decline in the availability of fossil fuels. And so fortunately for Europe, we're going into warmer weather. The loss of LNG will not be quite as serious, but this will have a major negative impact on economies all over the world. I would say probably we got 2 or 3 more weeks before you start seeing oil prices go up $150, $200. And remember, oil is a global product. So it has global pricing. There are minor differences based on the quality of the crude and the shipping costs. But essentially, it's a global commodity. And so it's necessary that the whole world has to suffer from having 1/5 of the flow of oil and liquefied natural gas cut off. And that's going to affect farmers who want to buy urea that's made from, and other fertilizers that are made from crude oil. It's going to affect helium. Helium is a very unstable product. You make it, it degrades quickly into hydrogen. A lot of the world's helium comes through the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to interfere with all sorts of manufacturing and industrial processes. That's why I think that paying close attention to the industrial company's ability to keep going in manufacturing will turn out to be a crucial element in this war.
UK, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Japan have released in the last hour or two a joint statement condemning Iran's attacks and said that they are ready to help ensure the safe passage of the strait. So they have not committed to send military, though. So they've said that, but they've not come out and said we're going to help military-wise. But if Europe does send warships and their navy, for whatever reason, perhaps it's that rising price of oil, as you mentioned, that kind of forces their hand because it's impacting their own doorstep. How can they trust that Donald Trump will value the sacrifice that they're making, that he will remember that they did that for the NATO alliance? Because Professor, Trump only really seems to be thankful for in the moment in his administration and doesn't remember history. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I understand exactly what you're saying. Donald will not remember and praise these countries if they send some kind of military help. Yeah, now, if they do, they're going to be harried by the Iranians. But the Iranians don't have a capacity to launch. They don't have nuclear weapons. They don't have the capacity to launch missiles apparently much further than Cyprus. I mean, maybe they could hit Greece or perhaps Italy, but they're not going to be able to hit Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. But that doesn't mean they can't harry them. I mean, think about what the IRA did. The IRA famously set off a bomb at Harrods. And the British government, didn't go nuts over this the way Donald would. They basically said, yeah, you guys can harry us, but you can't bring our government down. you're just an annoyance. And that's, I think, how the European leaders should look upon what's going on with Iran. Iran is not a threat to them. It's a threat to their economies, for sure. And they should be very careful about how they go into this. And keep in mind, Donald keeps talking about conquering other countries. I'm just going to take Cuba, which is in dire straits right now. I mean, if you're someone who needs medicine like, say, insulin that has to be kept refrigerated, you're probably going to die now because there's no electricity to refrigerate your medicine. And how are you going to get your medicine if it's not made in Cuba? And Greenland is still a possibility for Donald Trump for more military venturism, and the Panama Canal.
And just as a counter argument, I want to get your thoughts on the flip side of what you're saying, Professor. So Pete Hegseth, he lashed out at allies, saying that they should be appreciative of what the US is doing and the effort they're going to stop this terror state from holding the world hostage with missiles while building or attempting to build a nuclear bomb. So what do you make of that argument that the US has essentially taken one for the team by launching this operation, even if it has become bigger than anticipated? Because Iran was a global threat and that they weren't just going to go after the US.
Well, Iran isn't a global threat. That was Joe Kent's point. They don't have the capacity and the interest to go and threaten other people. There was no imminent risk. Is the regime in Tehran an absolutely awful regime? Yeah, but it's no worse than the regime in Riyadh or Bahrain. These are all dictatorships, and they are absolutely ruthless dictatorships. So, we're in the middle of a viper's nest between snakes fighting with each other, in essence. And Pete Hegseth is a man he was a captain. He's a junior officer. There are several stories now by experienced Pentagon reporters in the U.S. saying that their sources, the generals and admirals and strategists, are all saying Hegseth has no idea what he's doing. He's in way over his head. He doesn't understand the presentations that are made to him. And given his past comments and statements, that doesn't surprise me in the least, that he doesn't lack the discipline treatment. He didn't go to one of the war colleges. He is on this total lethality, no quarter business because of his experiences in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan. By the way, one of the most troubling things Hegseth has said is that if we invade, there will be no quarter. What that means is if troops come out and say, we surrender, you murder them. During the U.S. Civil War, General Order 100, known as the Lieber Code, was issued. The Union troops were told to stop killing Confederate soldiers who surrendered, that was a crime, and you will be hung for it if you commit that crime. And that has been the rule of modern warfare. You let people surrender. The Japanese had no quarter in the Philippines. They murdered their captains as they were withdrawing as American forces approached.
Jesus.
And for Pete Hegseth to say no
The
quarter,
tension, man.
that's a very troubling sign about the way that, so long as he is Secretary of Defense, this war is going to be prosecuted. That's a terrible thing for the world, and it will make the United States a pariah nation if it goes on for very long.
Professor, just a final question. A local Danish broadcaster was reporting that Denmark deployed troops to Greenland in January after fears that the US could take the island by force. According to these reports, troops put on alert with preparations for the worst case scenario, which included troops, weapons, contingency plans for the conflict. So, David, Denmark was so shaken by Trump's threats that they were preparing for a US invasion into Greenland.
Well, the Danish government announced some time ago that they had assigned some military officers to be on duty 24 hours a day to monitor Donald Trump's accounts because they were worried. And if Donald wants to send the U.S. military to take Greenland, the Danish military is not going to be able to prevent that. Let's be real clear. But it would be the end of NATO, and there would be two huge beneficiaries from that. One of them is Vladimir Putin, who wants to be rid of NATO, wants to put back together some semblance of the old Soviet Empire. And the other would be President Xi in China, who has his own expansionist plans. He wants to take all of the South China Sea. He wants to totally bring Tibet and Hong Kong and Macau into the fold. and he wants Taiwan, the island of Formosa. And no one would benefit more. And this is absolutely a communist dictator's or former communist dictator's first policy by Donald Trump in his administration if we pursued this. But this is a good sign. This is what happens when you have someone who is utterly unqualified, who doesn't know anything, who is a con artist, masterful con artist in the White House. He doesn't have the intellectual capacity to understand these issues. And if a reporter were to ask Donald, well, now, isn't some of this war in the Middle East between Sunni and Shia Muslims that dates back to events 1,401 years ago? Could you tell us about the division within Islam that began in 625 of the current era? Donald would start talking about the drapes in the White House because he wouldn't have a clue to what you're talking about. Not a clue.
Professor David K. Johnston, thank you so much for joining the Shot Report again.
Thank you, Matt.
How is artificial intelligence helping Donald Trump's mass deportations? From facial recognition tools to automated license plate readers, artificial intelligence is giving the Department of Homeland Security access to an unprecedented amount of information about people in America. Since the start of President Trump's second term, immigration agents have detained over 300,000 people and killed at least 3 American citizens. Agents have used violent tactics against civilians across the country. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has a remit from Trump to speed up deportations. To fulfill that goal, it has been given access to vast amounts of data from local police, jails, and courts. It also uses new tactics, buying data from ad firms that track consumer behavior, and using online facial recognition databases, which match images of suspects with billions of pictures of people scraped from the public internet. It also processes images and social media details of activists attempting to hinder arrests. But this sucks in data on law-abiding protesters, which could deter Americans from exercising their right to protest.
You're not doing anything.
The Trump administration has increased its budget for artificial intelligence. The Department of Homeland Security, which controls ICE, was awarded by one estimate $1.2 billion in IT contracts. And
we've had very good negotiations today with Iran, getting a lot of the things that they should have given us a long time ago. We'll see how it works out, but they're very good. Moving along very nicely. They've destroyed a lot of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, we know that. But we destroyed many targets today. It was a big day. And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. Whether it's possible, we won't. So we've had regime change. You look already because the one regime was decimated, destroyed. They're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change. And frankly, they've been very reasonable.
Any sons
still alive, or is he a part of these?
We think he may be. Nobody's heard about him. He may be alive, but he's obviously very seriously in trouble. He's seriously wounded. You went off from that 50.
He said that Donald Trump ने सऊदी वाली है
MAGA wants strength, and they want victory. They want success, and that's what we have. And we have been very, very successful. You know, when I went into Venezuela, I said, because I campaigned on the fact peace with strength, you wouldn't have to use it. I built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that. Pretend I didn't say that. Please, 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 media, please disregard that statement. Thank you very much. Cuba's next. MAGA wants strength, and they want victory. They want... Please, media, please disregard that statement. Please, please. Sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that. Pretend I didn't say that. Please, 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 media, please disregard that statement. Thank you very much.
He's so stupid.
Iran, they are being decimated. They are talking.
It's shaping up to be the largest single day of protests in American history. The third round of No Kings demonstrations has events planned in every state, or 3,100 of them, with organizers expecting to top 9 million people nationwide, which is huge. That would top the 7 million that they claimed in October and the 5 million back in June. But actually, the overall numbers, that's not even the most interesting part of the story. 2/3 of the RSVPs are reportedly coming from outside major cities, suburbs.
There were 8 ships of oil coming out of Iran.
Here's the problem. The strait was open before the war began. We are now seeking to solve a problem that we created. This is insanity. $2 billion is a lot of money. That's the minimum amount of money that is being spent every single day on this war. There are over a dozen families who are burying their loved ones in the United States, and there may be dozens more if this war continues. Prices are skyrocketing, not just in America, but all across the... Here's the problem.
Everyone here was waiting eagerly to hit.
No Kings protesters spread out across the valley, the state, and the country. Protesters speaking out against the Trump administration for different reasons.
Pick a topic, whatever he's been doing.
For 47 years, Iran has been known as the bully of the Middle East, but they are not the bully any longer. They're on the run.
Oh, God.
We're crushing Iran. Currently, as we speak, I just looked. We had another big day. We hit them. They don't know what's happening. Remember this? They lied about 3 days ago. I said, yeah, we're negotiating with Israel. We are not negotiating. They're being hit so hard. Anybody would be negotiating. They are negotiating. They're begging to make a deal. They're begging to make a deal. Turned out I was right. They were negotiating, which they admitted 2 days later. And
what
in
are you
order to make up for their misstatement. They said, we're going to send you 8 ships of oil. I saw on one of the networks. Very strange. There were 8 ships of oil coming out of Iran. And then they actually said, we're going to add an extra 2. And they added an extra 2, so we had 10 ships. And then people realized we were actually negotiating. We're negotiating now. It'd be great if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So the Middle East will be the concept of no kings is a great rallying cry, and a hugely successful as millions of us have answered the call. I support this movement 150%. But when the crowds are chanting no kings, what I'm really hearing is we all know there is no Trump. That's right. There have been other presidents who tested the constitutional limits of their power, but none have been such an existential threat to our freedoms and security. None, except Trump. He must be stopped, and he must be stopped now.
Yeah.
They built this great military. I said, you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that. Pretend I didn't say that.
Dude.
We have not been able to see or hear from any of the Iranian people. And I imagine that is because their internet is shut down. And I think there is some general worry about them. Obviously, their government treats them terribly and killed tens of thousands of them in January. Like Kayleigh, I would never ask you to tell us something that is classified, but do you have any insight as to how they are doing? Do they have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago at the base of Trump Tower when it was a brand new building?
A long time ago, yes.
A long time ago. You haven't changed.
Oh,
you have not changed. We're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away.
In the Gulf region and across, President Donald Trump's signature is going to be on new paper money. This will be the first time a sitting president's signature will be on U.S. paper currency, which typically carries the signatures of the Treasury Secretary and the Treasury.
An extra 2, so we had 10 ships, and then people realized we were actually negotiating. We're negotiating now. It'd be great if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Trump.
So Iran has said.
All right, President Trump joins us on the phone live. Hey, Mr. P, it's your favorite talk show host. How you doing?
Well, that's true.
Hello, I still can't sleep but I feel like doing some trolling. So I've gone to Fox News, and they've put something. They've got a little interview with Donald Trump here, and I want to have a look through here and think about what I might be able to say that could be highly provocative and sort of irritating. So let's have a look. This is how to be an internet troll. Let's have a look. When I listen to Donald Trump, I agree. I understand everything what he's saying. I agree. Okay, let's try for likes first. Let's try for likes. So let's do a comment. God has anointed. Anoint. Is it anointed? Isn't it like that? Oh. Anointed. Anointed. Okay. Who has anointed President Trump? Okay. So let's see if that can get some likes. Maybe I will go. Well, I should have wrote Trump stinks. Well, let's go to MSNBC, and I reckon that would be a good place to say how much I love Trump. MSNBC, right? That's like the Fox News for the left. Let's have a look. People are sending. That's got 500,000 views. That's got 500,000. Let's have a look here. Right. MS Now. Is that all MS Now, isn't it? So that's got 1.2 million. So let's try that there. Crowd humiliates Trump with cheers for impeachment. Okay. Right. So let's just pause here. So here, let's just say, I'm going to do in like, a yokel accent like y'all just hurting. Let me think. Y'all just hurting. Y'all just hurting but squirting. But y'all just Trump has smashed your Antifa agenda. That's it. Antifa. Yeah. So y'all just hurting. Trump has smashed your Antifa. Let me think. What's the word? Doctrine, your Antifa woke agenda, or your Antifa woke agenda. Okay, right, that'll do. Right, let's see how this goes, right? Let's post that as well. So maybe we'll do a catch up with you at some point. I'll try and see if the comments done any good. I hope you enjoyed this. I love my fans. I feel like doing trolling, so I've gone to Fox News and hello.
This is such an awesome.
So many billionaires, pedophile abusers. Is there something in that billionaire water? I was just talking to a friend about this, and they're like, women just do not care.
If you need to gather multiple people just to gang up on one.
Who's the one?
This is a really cool video I made. Okay, check it out. Look, I've got that hate from the beautiful chaos or whatever her name is about talking.
Did you know Saddam Hussein?
That's mysterious.
Just so we're clear, you're up to 70 Brits have been.
So, what's she like? You have a furry friend.
You jumped that.
Yeah, I know.
Also, go back to Pakistan. Women hating on men bothers you because you're the type of man women are hating on. Women hating on men bothers you because you're the type of man women are hating on. Women hating on men bothers.
I think microdosing is a fantastic way for anybody. I think it's just a beautiful thing for people with anxiety and all that. Again.
You've got a problem. You've been to prison, right? You do have a problem. I'm going to prison. I've never been there before. I was just thinking maybe you could give me some pointers. How much time did you get? 3 to 5. Verlaine? That sucks. Guards just don't give a damn. Let the cops beat the shit out of them after all day. How am I going to do in there? I mean, if you saw me, would you beat the shit out of me? I'd probably rape you. You'd rape me? Yeah.
A quadruple amputee and beanbag toss champion.
I want you to go to your story right now if you want to go viral, if you want to have a high record.
When you're bullied, who do you?
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
Call JJ Wentworth. It's a cash now.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now.
Call JJ Wentworth. It's a cash now.
Get on your feet! Why are so many women just.
All I nigga really need is a little bit. Not a lot, baby girl, just a little bit. We can head to the crib and we wait for the streets outside. There's nothing I can do.
I happen to have a bottle of 1942 Chardonnay Chateau.
If you feel like your partner isn't listening, well, there may be some truth to it. A study on selective hearing found that men tend to tune out their female partners after about 6 minutes of conversation. But when talking with friends, they can stay engaged for up to
15 minutes. Experts say it's not necessarily about ignoring you. It may come down to how the brain processes information. Men tend to have conversations about shared interests with their friends, while conversations with partners can be more detailed and emotional. And psychologists say selective listening happens to everyone. Your brain naturally tunes in to what it thinks matters most. So has this been your experience? Let us know. And download Vox Local for live streaming news and more. If you feel like your partner isn't listening, well, there may be some truth to it.
Oh, man. People with ADHD. I took a breath.
Gonna be rocking all weekend long, everyone. Get excited. Now, if you're not familiar with CPAC, it is one of the largest and most influential right-wing conferences in the country, and it's typically a pretty good indicator of the current direction of the Republican Party and the broader American conservative movement in the moment. Which means that these days it's basically a 4-day-long MAGA rager, filled with long-winded, dear leader-like speeches praising Donald Trump and discussions about the right's latest culture war issues and targets. Now, just to give you a sense of the vibes I'm talking about, there's just a few of the sessions this year. Defeating communism, and we mean it. Don't Sharia my Texas. We worked on that one. Give them a button. Cigars, steaks, and ivermectin, a Maha survival guide. The president will sue you now how the legacy media was defeated, which literally was immediately, and I love this part, and with zero hint of irony, followed by the censorship industrial complex. Now, the other thing to know about CPAC is that it's kind of like a bizarre right-wing Comic-Con where conservative activists, politicians, and personalities gather together to rub elbows. You could see anyone from the top elected Republican politicians to key Trump administration officials, like the number 2 guy at the Justice Department, Todd Blanche, he was speaking, Borders are Tom Homan, and right-wing media figures like Chief Steve Bannon. Heck, you can even see Trump-pardoned seditionist and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio there. Seen here, palling around with adjudicated liar and disgraced former Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bavino, taking a little thumbs-up photo together there. The MAGA fever dream that is CPAC, everyone, that is what it is. But I have to say, things do feel a little different this year. Part of that is probably because Donald Trump himself, who hasn't missed CPAC in a decade, isn't planning on attending. He's going to be hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago this weekend instead, which is a little surprising given his CPAC attendance record. And given the fact that he really misses an opportunity to have a room full of his cult followers clap for him. According to MS Now reporter Rosa Flores, Trump's absence is part of the reason why the halls have been emptier. But even setting aside the fact that Trump's not planning on going, the CPAC crowd has been a little, well, off this year. I mean, take a look at what I mean.
Come on, be happy. Be happy, CPAC. I know we kept you up late. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. That was the wrong answer. Try it again. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. Can someone bring some coffee out for the... Yeah, no, I did. We've got to keep this House majority.
Yikes. That did not go as Matchlab planned. They got that one wrong by MAGA standards twice. Now, whether that's an under-caffeinated crowd or whatever happened to you there, during this year's CPAC MAGA world is obviously not 100% on the same page on a few issues, and probably none of them are bigger than Trump's war with Iran. One young Trump voter told the Washington Post, he ran on no new wars, there's a new war. He ran on making stuff affordable, stuff's less affordable. I'm less than pleased. That voter even went as far to say, I'm considering not voting in the midterms. I mean, can you blame him? Well, Trump's base is clearly divided right now. The cracks are showing. I mean, just listen to Steve Bannon on the CPAC stage earlier today.
We're in the middle of a war right now, or let me say probably the start of a war. The decision in going forward is obviously the commander-in-chief's. But he's got to have, people have to have his back, and you're only going to do that with full information. You have to be convinced. All this debate goes on, and who's right, who's wrong, what's going to happen. It's a debate that has to happen.
Look, Trump's base is all mixed up right now. MAGA's out of sorts, and honestly, it all seems a little low energy. But while that hot mess unfolded at CPAC across the country in cities and towns in all 50 states, the opposition to Trump and his administration is growing and getting stronger and getting more unified.
I mean, wars are lost that should be won. Many wars are lost. You think a country is going to wipe somebody out and they end up getting wiped out themselves. So it's always risky. But I think a tremendous mistake was when NATO just wasn't there. They just weren't there. It's going to make a lot of money for the United States because we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year on NATO. Hundreds of protecting them. And we would have always been there for them. But now, based on their actions, I guess we don't have to be, do we?
Mr. President.
That sounds like a breaking story, yes, sir. Is that breaking news? I think we just have breaking news. But that's the fact. I've been saying that. Why would we be there for them if they're not there for us? They weren't there for us.
Accused by Tehran of plotting an invasion. It comes after these images of US Marines sent to the region were released by the Pentagon. Iran is warning the regime will rain fire on American troops if they attack. Around 3,500 US Marines and soldiers have now arrived in the Persian Gulf awaiting final orders. Meanwhile, the US and Israel have continued airstrikes on Iran, including in Tehran, where the offices of a Qatari news channel were hit. But Iran has again hit back, targeting Bahrain, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. And in Israel, a fire broke out at an industrial site to the south of Beersheba after an Iranian missile strike. With the very latest is our world news correspondent, Joe Inwood.
For a military that the US claims to have destroyed, Iran still seems capable of inflicting damage. In the Negev desert, an industrial park burns, the result of Iranian missile strikes on Israel. Today has also seen reports of dozens of drones and missiles fired across the Gulf. It has also emerged that a valuable US spy plane called an AWAC was destroyed in a strike on an airbase in Saudi Arabia. This war does not feel like it's de-escalating. There are reports in the US that the use of ground troops is being considered. Thousands of Marines are in the region. The Washington Post claims they may make an attempt to take either Karg Island or launch coastal raids. Responding on social media, the president simply said, no, Trump is not losing his nerve on Iran, without expanding further. It's not known if a decision has been made, but any operation that put US boots on the ground would come with incredible risks, both for the personnel involved and for the escalation of this war.
Aggression and occupation will yield no result other than the humiliating capture, dismemberment, and disappearance of the aggressors. American commanders and soldiers will become food for the sharks of the Persian Gulf.
This is now a multi-front war. In Lebanon, Israel has continued its offensive. The IDF released this footage. Their target is the armed group Hezbollah, allies of Iran. But that seems to include some journalists. Today, the funerals of Ali Shwaib, Fatima Fatouni, and her brother Mohammed took place. Israel accused Shwaib, who worked for a channel aligned with Hezbollah, of being an intelligence operative without providing evidence. The Lebanese authorities say more than 1,000 civilians have now been killed, with more than 1 million forced from their homes. Tonight, there are fears that some may not be able to return after Israel's Prime Minister expanded what he calls a security zone, but others will call occupation.
I said we would change the face of the Middle East, and we did it. In Lebanon, I've instructed the military to expand the existing security strip in order to finally thwart the threat of invasion and to keep missile fire away from our borders.
These are the skies over Tehran tonight. Iranian air defense is still apparently in action. Iran will know it cannot defeat the US and Israel militarily, but may not need to if it can outlast them. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Over the past month, several countries have been dragged into the conflict, and now the launch of missiles targeting Israel from Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthi rebels this weekend marks yet another escalation, potentially costing more lives and further disrupting the global economy. Here's Mark Ashdown.
December 2023, Houthi rebels board a tanker in the Red Sea. These attacks resulted in years of disruption to global trade. Any repeat could deliver a fresh blow to economies around the world. The focus so far has been on solving Iran's effective closure of the Straits of Hormuz, the key shipping pinch point. Saudi Arabia is currently diverting 4 million barrels a day through a pipeline to Yanbu on the Red Sea coast. That means it can maintain the flow of oil to the Asian market by safely sailing it past Yemen. But that route too could now be under threat. From 2023, almost 2 years of Houthi attacks saw around 30 vessels damaged. Any repeat, as threatened, could see the narrow Bab al-Mandab Strait become another flashpoint, affecting routes for Saudi oil. And some regions are very dependent on this supply, with shortages already emerging. In Ethiopia, drivers queue at petrol stations. That's the picture too in Kenya and South Africa. Some nations in the region have now started to ration fuel. Asia has been hard hit too. The Philippines has moved to a 4-day work week, while Myanmar has imposed alternate driving days. Some countries have also introduced a fuel price cap.
In Thailand, some people have been ordered to conserve energy by suspending travel, taking the stairs instead of elevators. In Bangladesh, they've closed universities there. Sri Lanka's had some fuel rationing.
Parts of Australia are also running short of fuel. In 2 states, Victoria and Tasmania, travel on public transport will now be free for a month. And in Egypt, the streets are dark. Shops, restaurants and cafes are told to close by 9 p.m. every night to preserve energy. The government here says the UK has a strong and diverse supply of fuel, has urged motorists not to alter their buying habits.
Production is being maintained, supply is being maintained, so people should just carry on as usual. Of course, governments will always plan for contingencies. That is always the right thing to do, but people should be reassured ahead of the Easter holidays just to carry on as things are.
90% of all trade is shipped on the ocean. If the Red Sea does become another key trading route dragged into this conflict, there could be huge implications for the global economy. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
Simon Jack is with me alongside Jeremy Bowen. To you, Simon, first. Sir Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, for them, the economic ramifications of all this just get worse.
They do, and as Mark was saying there, this additional potential choke point in the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, Gates of Tears, it means in Arabic, could further add to those inflationary pressures. Now, we've already seen them showing up in petrol and diesel prices, up 15% and 26% respectively. That goes immediately into transport costs, and there's more in the post. Things like fertilizer costs make their way into food prices, and the Red Sea on its way to the Suez Canal, also very big container shipping route for all sorts of goods, and that can begin to affect financing costs, insurance markets, and I expect the Prime Minister to reach out to talk to business chiefs across industry later this week. Rachel Reeves will join a meeting of other G7 finance ministers where she'll say we need to get off our reliance on imported fossil fuels. Her solution to that is more renewables, more nuclear. That is a different message than the opposition leader, Kemi Badenoch, will take to Scotland tomorrow when she said what we need is more drilling of our own oil and gas, which she accepts might not affect prices that much, but might give you more revenue, jobs, tax revenue to make interventions where you need. As I say, final thoughts on the markets is that they're going to open very shortly. The inflationary pressures we've seen already showing up in petrol and diesel prices can only get worse because what we've seen in the last week has yet to trickle down. So expect those prices to rise.
Yeah. I mean, Jeremy, the war is now into its 5th week, and it seems we've reached a bit of a crunch point, a critical moment with these Marines now arriving in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, I think it's decision time now, Clive, for Donald Trump. Let's look at the options. If he gets a deal with the Iranian regime, and he seems to think, in terms of what he says that he can get, when he seems to believe that they are weakened, in fact, virtually beaten, and therefore they'll make a deal. Signals coming from them are very different. They seem to think they're doing actually pretty well, and they've hit AWACS, they're hitting air defense, radar, they are still fighting. So if he doesn't get that deal, and their official positions are way apart, so what can he do? He can declare victory, perhaps, say, look, we've smashed them, we're going to go home, that's it. I don't think anyone's going to find that credible, probably including many people in America. Alternative, he can get in deeper. Those Marines have arrived, more Marines are coming in, there are paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne on standby, and other troops as well, as we were hearing. That is dangerous. These pictures have been released by CENTCOM, the American command there, and they show that these guys are ready, they're ready to fight, they're trained for, but it's a big political judgment doing all of that, because Iran can respond, Iran can hit them. Say taking territory is one thing, keeping it is another, and as of course, as you've been hearing, on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula, there's the Red Sea, there's Bab al-Mandab, and there are the Houthis, who have started firing missiles again at Israel, not yet at shipping, but that could be the next step for them.
And what about the second front, the other front in this war, Lebanon? That an escalation, it seems tonight too.
The leader who is doing best out of all of this, I think, is Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's getting more of what he wants. He's wanted this war against Iran with America, as he said himself, for 40 years. And finally, he's got an American president who's prepared to do it. Netanyahu will want to continue hitting Iran. He says he wants to change the face of the Middle East. So they are occupying now, the Israelis, a big strip, they want to anyway, of South Lebanon, plus continuing creeping annexation in the West Bank.
All right, Jeremy, thank you. For our international editor, and Simon Jack, our business editor. Any comments? And polls suggest a majority of the American people are against the military campaign in Iran. Republicans, however, have largely stuck by Donald Trump, with around 3/4 supporting the war. But with the conflict now more than a month old, will that backing remain strong? Gary O'Donoghue has been to the Deep South, to Alabama, which Donald Trump won in the 2024 election, to speak to some of his supporters.
It's time to spray the peach trees in rural Alabama. The crop should be ready to pick in early June. Tim Pierce's family have been farming this land for almost 100 years, but this year he's lost almost 50% of his crop after just a few days of sub-zero temperatures 2 weeks ago. On top of that, diesel prices are up 50% since the beginning of the war, and then there's the fertilizer.
Ton price, it was up $400, $500 more per ton.
$400 or $500 a ton?
Yeah. Tim can pass on some of these extra costs, but the consumer won't pay over the odds. You'd think this might shake his support for the president, but no.
If it's just going to cost me a little bit of fuel prices, the reward is greater than the expense.
So getting the war done.
Yeah, getting it done and not having to worry about the fact that Iran might have nuclear missiles they can send over this way. And, so I don't like war, but sometimes it's not preventable.
70 miles west in Tuscaloosa, home to the University of Alabama, the college baseball team has just hit a home run against their arch rivals Auburn. Brian Banks and Ben Plattner both have sons on the team, one a pitcher, one a catcher. They follow them everywhere. Their support for the war is strong, but you can see them wrestling with concerns.
I think it's a little touch and go. I'm not disagreeing with what's going on. The
because I think it needed to be done in the last 47 years.
The way Trump has been handling his business, I would have thought he would have already handled it. But this is a lot bigger than we know about.
Both Brian and Ben believe Iran did pose an imminent threat to the United States. Reason enough, they say, for the president to go back on his promise of no more foreign wars. But some things they're split on. How do you feel about US boys on the ground down there?
Yeah, I didn't want to see that.
What would you feel about that?
As far as boots on the ground, it's whatever it takes to get that regime. Once you start it, there is no going back.
Alabama is also the heart of America's so-called Bible Belt. Strong evangelical Christian faith here is central to most people's lives, and backing for this president and his support for conservative values is solid. These Seventh-day Adventists follow the Ten Commandments closely, and in particular the sixth, thou shalt not kill. So what does the congregation make of this war?
I think that people believe that Iran is a threat, and as such, they believe that as a threat, it needs to be addressed proactively.
But could that change?
There was support for Vietnam, and then it turned, and people shifted. There was support for Iraq, Desert Storm, and it shifted. And so the reality is people can be quite fickle.
Like the rest of the MAGA base, evangelicals will go a long way to keep the faith with Donald Trump, but their loyalty is not limitless. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Alabama.
There's a war in the Middle East. Operation Epic Fury has already led to the deaths of more than 1,000 civilians and eliminated one of the most powerful leaders in modern history. Donald Trump and the Israelis say the conflict is about security, stability, and that they're providing the people of Iran with an opportunity for change. But the reasons why this war has started are all over the place.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. This is not a so-called regime change war.
Take back your country.
Eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles.
We did not start a war. We're trying to stop a war.
So in this foresight, let's talk about what the Trump administration claims is driving this conflict and why this actually looks more like a president ripping up the rule book to cement his place in the history books.
Trump seeks the stature or the historical legacy of a figure like Reagan.
This is the biggest roll of the dice from a president who feels right now invincible, but has unleashed chaos across a region he barely understands, risking the lives and futures of millions of people across the Middle East.
Not only is it Donald Trump's biggest gamble, it is by far also his dumbest gamble.
Yes. The US and Israel have launched a massive military operation with no clear end in sight. Targets across Iran have been hit with thousands of strikes, with reports of more than 1,000 civilians killed. The US claims that dozens of Iranian military and political leaders have been eliminated, including, most significantly, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. There's been criticism and condemnation by experts from around the world over the legality of this war. And if you want to understand why Israel has taken this action, you should watch our foresight from last year, where we looked at the history of Iranian-Israeli relations since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. But what you need to know now is that for his entire political career, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he's wanted to eliminate a regime he considers an existential threat to Israel.
מאפשר לנו לעשות את מה שאני מייחל לעשות כבר 40 שנה. להכות את משטר הטרור שוק על ירך.
And there are two key reasons why Israel acted right now. The first is that Iran is weak. They can no longer rely on the support of an alliance of proxy military forces opposed to Israel, their so-called axis of resistance. That network's been decimated in recent years. And secondly, crucially, Israel is being backed by the United States.
It wouldn't happen without the leadership of President Trump.
And Donald Trump agreed the time to act was right now.
This was our last best chance to strike.
Netanyahu and the Israelis were the biggest factors in terms of pushing Trump in this direction, but ultimately, this was Trump's decision.
So Trump chose to ditch decades of US diplomacy with Iran in favor of direct military action. But why? Well, Here's what Trump said when he announced Operation Epic Fury.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
The president's argument seems to boil down to three main points: Iran's missiles, its nuclear program, and the future of the Iranian people. So let's look at each of those and how they hold up. Trump has repeatedly warned that Tehran is developing missiles that could strike US troops overseas, targets in Europe, and even the US itself. But look at this report from 2025 created by the US Defense Intelligence Agency, making the case for a new missile defense system. It says that as of May last year, Iran had no missiles capable of striking the United States, and that they were a decade away from producing 60 of them. On top of that, there are reports that Trump officials briefed congressional staff that there was no intelligence to suggest Iran was preparing any preemptive strikes against US targets. And later, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio claimed that this war actually began because
very
Israel
yummy,
said
very
they
nice.
were going to strike Iran
Very
first,
good,
and America
full of
was
collagen,
concerned about
good for
how
your
Iran
bones.
would respond.
Yes.
We knew that there was going
And
to
your
be
skin,
an Israeli action.
and your
We knew
nails.
that would
Yes.
precipitate an attack
Yes.
against American forces.
I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth.
But ultimately,
Yes.
there is mixed messaging. And the argument about Iran's nuclear threat doesn't add up either.
Something like that,
The
Elizabeth.
US president claimed to have
I
destroyed
don't know.
Iran's nuclear program with precision strikes.
Completely and totally obliterated.
Fast forward to February the 22nd this year,
I
and
don't
Trump's
know.
chief negotiator, Steve Witkoff, claimed that Tehran was now only
There you go,
a week
toilet.
away from having
industrial grade bomb making material. And that's really dangerous.
While the Iranian regime claims that its nuclear program is only for peaceful purposes, they haven't allowed UN inspectors to visit sites since those bombings last year. But here's what their top inspector said this week about the imminent threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon.
Many reasons for concern, but there wasn't to be a bomb tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
In fact, while the US and Iran were working behind the scenes to restart talks over a nuclear deal, with Iran reportedly willing to make major concessions, the US was building up massive military forces in the region. So was there really a potential deal on the table? Or were strikes the plan all along?
There was a deal on the table that was far more attractive to the US side than the JCPOA that the Obama administration secured. Trump chose to declare war instead of declaring victory. But the Iranians, in my view, also could have done things differently.
The Iranians, as always, misjudged, miscalculated, thought that they could play for time, didn't really think that the United
When you
States
think about it,
would go for
when you
it.
think about
Which brings us
it,
to the Trump administration's final argument for this war: regime change.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
Trump might say he's helping to liberate the Iranian people, but it feels a lot like Venezuela again and the capture of Nicolas Maduro. But after taking out the leader, there doesn't appear to be a plan to provide backing to opposition forces or real support to establish a new political system.
The Iranian system is set up to withstand. It's anticipated this day. Continuity is built into its structure.
And you only have to look at Israel's failure to remove Hamas from Gaza after years of devastating fighting and tens of thousands of civilians killed to see how unlikely it is that a campaign of airstrikes can remove a regime.
This is where the expectation of the Trump administration fell short. They really had hoped that the killing of the supreme leader would be the trigger for the implosion of the regime as a whole.
So if what the administration is saying in public doesn't hold up, what might be the real reasons Donald Trump wants this war? The president has long pushed an isolationist agenda, opposing US involvement in foreign conflicts.
I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. You're not going to have a war with me, and you're not going to have a third world war with me. That I can tell you.
He even singled out Iran specifically way back in 2011 under President Barack Obama.
Our president will start a war with Iran.
But in fact, these latest strikes mean that since Donald Trump returned to power, he's attacked 7 nations, and in just 12 months, he's authorized more individual airstrikes than President Biden did in his entire time in office. But that's the thing with Donald Trump. What he says he'll do in public isn't necessarily how he acts. He's never been a true isolationist, and he seems to have learned a few things from his first term as president. Back then, he was surrounded by advisors who tried to restrain his instincts on policy. But when he was allowed to act on those instincts, when it came to foreign policy at least, as far as he was concerned, it worked then. In 2020, after years of planning, the United States had this opportunity to kill a top Iranian military leader, Qasem Soleimani. Trump was told an assassination could lead to heightened tensions or even a major conflict. But he disagreed with that advice and, without informing Congress, he ordered Soleimani's killing in a drone strike on Iraqi soil.
He has been lulled into this notion that everything he's decided, that everyone told him, you cannot do it, he has been proven right, they have been proven wrong.
Trump decided that using American military power in one massive operation has a dramatic and decisive impact. In other words, it's foreign policy as reality TV. Just look at how Pete Hegseth described this war.
We are punching them while they're down. Death and destruction. We are just getting started.
And then look at this shocking video that the White House posted. It shows real footage from this war, which is killing civilians, with the video game Call of Duty. It's also worth pointing out that during the last election campaign, Trump's team was deeply concerned about Iranian assassination attempts, not just on his Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, but just after the election, the US government brought charges against a man connected to an alleged Iranian plot to actually kill Trump himself. And the president told ABC that the elimination of the Ayatollah was personal.
He told me, I got him before he got me. They tried twice. Well, I got him first.
And there's something else personal driving Donald Trump's push for war. His legacy. He is, to put it mildly, unpopular, with a 60% disapproval rating in some polls. And that's not great with midterm elections just a few months away, because it opens the door to the Democrats taking control of both the House and the Senate from the Republicans. And Americans, including Donald Trump's mega base, are angry about the administration's handling of the Epstein files. We were actually working on another episode about Epstein until Trump launched Operation Epic Fury. And we are going to be coming back to that story in the next foresight. But the decision to start this war with Iran isn't playing well with his supporters either.
This war is waged purely because Israel wanted it to be waged.
No one should have to die for a foreign country.
But maybe Trump just doesn't care about any of that. He knows that presidents are usually lame ducks in their second term, with the opposition taking control of Congress and holding up legislation. But Donald Trump has completely bypassed Congress in his second term to push his agenda on tariffs, immigration, and war itself. If anything, Donald Trump has turned Congress into the lame duck. Democrats taking control in November won't change his approach. Instead, Trump seems more focused on how he's remembered.
He came in seeing what he could do differently, feeling that perhaps the domestic side for him was not going as swimmingly as he had hoped. Venezuela was fast, and Iran could be the sort of tiara or crown on his legacy.
This is about legacy, this is about history. Major Trump supporter Senator Lindsey Graham called Operation Epic Fury a 21st century Berlin Wall moment. And he's comparing Trump and Netanyahu to Churchill and Roosevelt.
Two great wartime leaders working together to bring down evil.
Reporters say that Trump thinks he's on a roll.
I have to tell you, George, I spoke to the president. He sounded to me like a president who feels invincible.
Everything Trump is trying to do is to make sure that it's the biggest. Outdo a previous president. He wants to become the standard for Republican foreign policy, taking that mantle away from that title, away from Ronald Reagan.
But taking bold, possibly illegal action to secure a legacy is one thing. The consequences are another. With the Supreme Leader gone,
coming days after launching their first attacks since the war began. The group, which is backed by Iran, says it fired 2 waves of missiles and drones on Saturday. This report from our World Affairs correspondent Joe Inwood.
High above the Middle East, an Israeli jet refuels, ready for another operation. This is the image the US and Israel want to project, of precision, of control. But on the ground, it appears very different. Iran is still fighting back. There are reports in the US that the use of ground troops is now being considered. Thousands of Marines are in the region. The Washington Post says they may attempt to take either Karg Island or launch coastal raids. Responding on social media, the president simply said, no, Trump is not losing his nerve on Iran. But the threat of ground forces is clearly being taken seriously. The Speaker of Iran's parliament told the state news agency the enemy openly sends messages of negotiation and secretly plans for a ground attack. Our men are waiting to set them on fire and punish their regional partners forever. And that punishment is already being felt. This was Kuwait airport yesterday, while the UAE said it suffered its heaviest attacks in weeks. The news that the Houthis, an armed Yemeni faction aligned to Iran, have now joined the war opens a new front.
Our armed forces carried out the second military operation using a barrage of cruise missiles and drones, targeting several vital and military sites of the Zionist enemy in southern occupied Palestine.
The Houthis could threaten the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which has provided an alternate route for some Saudi oil. If that were closed, the consequences for the global economy would be devastating. Here in the UK, the government says this country can cope.
As you would expect, we will continue to keep under review all of the measures we currently have in place, and if anything is needed in the future. But your viewers should be reassured that where it comes to energy prices, in terms of what they will be paying for domestic supplies, we are making sure that is capped until the end of June. We've taken action to support consumers who require heating oil.
There are diplomatic efforts underway to bring this all to an end. Talks are being held, but only involving Pakistan, Egypt and Turkey. The US, Israel and Iran are not taking part. They all claim they are now winning this war, and no one looks ready to compromise. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Let's speak to Sasha Bruchman, who's Research Fellow for Defence and Military Analysis at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, joining us from Doha. Sasha Bruchman, thank you for talking to us. I wonder, first of all, what your thoughts are 1 month into this war with no real end in sight.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Well, yes, it seems we have settled into a bit of a phase of stalemate. It's no longer the first or second round of this boxing match where everybody's trying to gather information about how the ferocity of each other and the constitution of the enemy. But it now seems like both have kind of sized each other up, and we're getting into a phase that seems a bit more slow, as in continuous attacks by the United States and Israel. They have not died down, and the Iranians have been able to retaliate or continue retaliation, albeit at a much lower level. So when the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff says Iran's retaliation has dropped by 90% in terms of missile and UAV attacks, I think I can see something similar in the data. But this is kind of the stalemate where we are hundreds of sorties per day on US-Israeli side, and 20, 30, 40 missiles maybe by the Iranians in retaliation.
So despite the bluster, despite the defiance, I mean absolute defiance that continues to come from Iran, the latest from the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament saying Iran is waiting for a ground attack by the US and will rain fire on any troops. Despite all that, you think there is a military weakening of Iran behind that. How strong do you think Iran feels?
I mean, we have to disentangle what the military weakening means. The missile and the UAV sorties have definitely gone down. The Iranian Navy no longer exists de facto, but its ground forces have been much less affected by the war thus far. So there's something to be considered. Now, I would never want to be at the receiving end of a U.S. Marine Corps attack, whether that's an ACTF, a Marine Assault Force, or whether it's a MU, what they're sending now, the Marine Expeditionary Unit. The problem for the Iranians will be that an amphibious assault is hard to predict. It's hard to predict where it comes in. The Marines can come by a tilt rotor helicopter, the airspace. They They can raid ashore with their amphibious vehicles or with small boats, or they could come into port. They are very specifically configured for these functions, for these amphibious assaults. And with the USS Tripoli and her group, with two other ships, the San Diego and the New Orleans, they're mobile. So therefore, they hold an entire strip of coast at risk. And on the other hand, you have the president or the establishment in Washington talking about Khark Island, but there are other islands that could be at risk, and there's the entire Iranian coastline. So it's very hard for the Iranians actually to predict where the Americans will strike eventually.
And what do you read into that troop build-up that you have just described, that additional 3,000 or more troops arriving on the USS Tripoli just on Friday?
So yeah, I think the group has about 3,500 combined sailors and Marines. I think 2,000, 2,500. Often we read 2,200 is given as the number of Marines. So you have Khark Island, which is a small island, but it's strategically significant because the oil export infrastructure is located on the island. And I think, as I said, Washington has floated this idea. I'm not certain, I cannot understand what the strategic advantage is to taking the oil export infrastructure, because the Iranian ships have to pass the Strait of Hormuz and then go into the Indian Ocean. And they have to pass literally the American ships, for example, the Washington and its destroyers. So if US wanted to seize, destroy, or stop Iranian oil exports, it could do so by attacking those ships in many ways, whether that's destroying or just halting them or sending teams on to board those ships. So Khark Island is a bit of a question mark for me. Not tactically, it's perfectly viable, but strategically. I find the islands near the narrowest point of the Strait of Hormuz more interesting from a tactical point of view. So to the west, you have Abu Musa and the Great and Lesser Tund Islands, which are claimed by the United Arab Emirates, which could serve as like observation posts to sort and filter, because the troops, Iranian troops stationed there, could hail Bandar Abbas or Tehran and say, this tanker is approaching, we can identify this. Do we have an agreement with this country or this shipping line? And then further east at the more narrow point is Kishim Island and the island of Hormuz, after which the strait is named, which are military posts from which UAVs, for example, are fired. So you have the observation, let's say the intelligence and reconnaissance side, or the effectors from where the UAVs are being launched. Those are, together with Hormuz, three strategic options. And the fourth one is, you could just sail the Tripoli up and down the coastline and see how the Iranians react. Every bit of decision is intelligence, right? Generals will have to call Tehran. People will have to mobilize troops. Will have to move. All of that is being soaked up by U.S. and Israeli intelligence, and could then inform whatever course of action will be taken in the end.
You're in the Gulf there in Doha. Just give us, in a few words, if you like, we're running out of time. How effective do you think Iran's tactic, Iran's strategy of targeting its Gulf neighbors is proving to be in this war?
So effective on a strategic sense, it is not, because I think it's actually influenced decision-making in the Gulf to stem, to distance themselves more from Iran. Understandably so, we're literally under fire. Tactically, operationally, it has not brought down any of the Gulf states, right? The UAE has been subjected to, I think, we're close to 400 missiles and 2,000 drones by now. It has not yielded, it has not bent the knee to Iran, and it is not destroyed. Same true for Kuwait, even Bahrain, the smallest one, which has been struck a few times. So strategically, I think it's the Gulf states have actually moved a bit closer to the United States afterwards. And tactically, operationally, it has not yielded any kind of submission. The forces of these countries, as well as the societies, are resilient, more resilient at least than the Iranians had hoped for.
Sasha Bruckman, a research fellow for defense and military analysis at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you for joining us from Doha.
It'll probably be called World War III 10 years from now as historians look back on this. So I think it's accurate to say that this is a global conflict, and we should think strategically about that.
Hi, I'm Fergus McPhee, and welcome to the Trump Report. You can watch us every day, Monday to Friday, on our YouTube channel, and you can also listen and follow the show wherever you get your podcasts. Joining me today is General Ben Hodges, former Commanding General of the US Army in Europe. Ben, thank you so much for coming on the show. How are you?
Fergus, thank you for the privilege. We're doing good.
Ben, I want to start with the staggering footage that I think we've all seen. It came out yesterday of the Iranian warship being sunk by a US submarine. Now, Pete Hegseth said afterwards that it was the first sinking of a torpedo since the Second World War. That's not actually correct. I think most people in the UK know that the British, of course, sunk the Belgrano during the Falklands War. But even so, I mean, like I said, the footage is quite extraordinary. Is this one of the most sort of consequential acts of war you can remember?
Well, you know, when I saw the video, it is immediately reminded me of things I had seen from the Second World War, you know, in movies or in video of what U-boats were doing or our submarines were doing. So it was kind of I don't know if shocking is the right word, but like, wow, I've never seen that, you know, in my lifetime. I think it does raise questions about, number one, what is our mission? You know,
every day, Monday to Friday, on our YouTube channel, and you can also listen and follow the show wherever you.
You know, against Iran, is it to hunt down every Iranian that's part of the IRGC or the Iranian military, wherever they are? I'm not against destroying the Iranian Navy. You know, they have been nothing but trouble for all of us for decades. But it's a different perspective that I hadn't considered before. And you know, honestly, I didn't even know I didn't think about that we still did torpedoes against ships. I mean, it just seems something from the past, but obviously effective, and obviously the Iranian Navy not prepared for that. And I imagine the Chinese took note of this.
I want to get into what Pete Hegseth says in a minute, but what do you think the mission is? You kind of raised it there.
I have to say it's not clear. We've heard a lot of justifications in the days leading up to this past Saturday. You know, no nuclear weapon for Iran, prevent them from being able to produce long-range ballistic missiles, prevent them from supporting terrorism, protect the protesters. I mean, all of these things, none of them are bad, but when you just kind of pile them up like that, it doesn't sound like a strategic end state that should drive the planning and execution of operations. And if you don't have an end state, that's how you end up getting into situations that you either didn't anticipate or wanted to avoid, such as, well, you know, now we got to put troops there. So I think this is for the military planners. Obviously, it makes their job harder because they're trying to think, how do we give the president so many different options? Logistically, that's tough. And then for the people who are responsible for thinking about, okay, what comes after, what comes next, also, I think they haven't gotten much clarity.
Do you think putting troops there, boots on the ground, is likely?
It seems very unlikely because the president's domestic political base is so against it. And this is exactly the kind of thing he said he would never do, and his supporters said that he would never do. So from a domestic political standpoint, it seems unlikely. From a military standpoint, it seemed like a disaster. I mean, why would we do this? You know, if I'm the commander of the land forces or the land component, of course I'm going to be asking, okay, what is my job? What am I there just to secure a foothold somewhere that we need for something else? Or are we there? Are we going after a particular facility, or is it to destroy what's left of the IRGC, which is not going to be sitting in one place? I mean, I would really want to hear the intended strategic outcome if I was going to be the commander of the land force.
Well, I said I'd talk about Pete Hegseth's comments. Oh, sorry, they were actually J.D. Vance's comments. He said earlier this week that the US's war aimed to end Iran's nuclear ambitions, that it's not going to be a protracted conflict. But yet, already in a week, we've seen explosions in the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Azerbaijan, the British base in Cyprus, Beirut, and that Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, to name a few. It seems to me that it's a little bit late for that.
Yeah, and look, as always, the enemy gets a vote. I think everybody was impressed and proud that they were able to destroy the supreme leader and all the people around him. And this guy, was responsible for the death of thousands of his own people, not to mention hundreds of American and British and other soldiers and civilians. The thing is, I don't know that the supreme leader was actually the leader in terms of having control.
Figurehead, is that what you mean?
I don't want to say figurehead. I don't know enough about the internal workings, but I think that the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, they're the real power there. I mean, they have got stuck into every facet of Iran's government, economy, intelligence, security, etc. Of course, there's still an Iranian armed forces, but the IRGC is the real power there. And so for them, victory is survival. If they survive, they will think that they have actually won this war, that the great Satan, the United States, plus Israeli Defense Forces could not eliminate them. So I think their tactic or their strategy is to outlast us, to make the war as big as they can possibly get, to hit targets all over the Gulf region, to drag in as many people and nations as possible, to cause as much disruption to the flow of energy, and not to mention air traffic, the hundreds of thousands of people stranded there in the Middle East. That's all designed to put pressure on the U.S. government indirectly, so that the U.S. government says, okay, we're done. We did what we wanted, and we're out. And so I think that tells me, and last point, the fact that all of these counterstrikes happened after the supreme leader was taken out, that reflects continuity of command. And so I think we got a long way to go.
It's one of those tactics. I mean, might the Iranians be thinking, if we're going to lose the air war, the US might keep striking us inland, but one thing they can do and are sort of doing quite successfully at the moment is shutting off the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that's the ultimate pressure point against the West. Now, the Chinese, of course, are the ones that really depend on oil and gas coming out of there. The U.S. is self-sustaining when it comes to that, but I can imagine that the U.S. or some people would be thinking, if we could deny China the ability to get oil and gas out of the Persian Gulf, that makes China's strategic situation a little bit more challenging. That might be useful leverage later on. On the other hand, this disruption also bumps up the price of oil, which is a benefit to the Russians, who are desperate for revenues coming from the sale of oil to China and India and other customers. So none of this is, black and white. It's so much of it is intertwined. And I'm not 100% certain that the desired end state from the Israeli perspective is the same as the desired end state from the Oval Office.
Where does the discrepancy lie between those two?
Now, this is just my personal assessment. So, the prime minister didn't call me up, the president didn't call me up. But I think the Israelis are looking at this as a once-in-a-generation opportunity, that the Iranians are so weakened by everything that has happened over the past months, and now with what's happened over the past days. I would imagine that if I was an Israeli planner, I'm thinking, now we can once and for all completely destroy the IRGC, their ability to support Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, and we could create long-term security in the region if we keep going until we're satisfied. I think on the American side, the president, our president, has not clearly identified the end state. He's talked about some goals. That's different from an end state. And so I think he, number one, probably doesn't feel obligated to do that. And number two, that gives him the flexibility to say, okay, I've had enough. I declare victory. We've destroyed this, this, and this, and we're out. And that keeps his domestic base happy as well.
And you really think, Donald Trump's famously unpredictable. You think he would just leave and then let Israel continue on?
I would say he is very predictable because that's exactly the kind of thing I would expect him to do. It's not. He's famously not normal. For sure, all the traditional norms that happen from presidents and heads of government and state, but because of what we've seen him say and do over the past years, something like that is entirely predictable. I mean, he has said in recent days, I could leave whenever I want. We might be a couple of weeks, 3 weeks. I don't know. All the people we thought were going to be the next governor, they're all dead. Maybe the next ones are dead. I mean, that doesn't sound like a really swept up plan. It sounds like somebody that imagines that they have lots of off ramps.
I think that's a fair point. Now, apologies to quote yourself back to you, but I looked at some previous interviews you've done with our partners over at Times Radio.
That's fair.
No, it's not. I'm not going to catch you out or anything, but it was during this last summer, during the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. You said that at that point you didn't think the Trump administration was equipped to deal with a war with Iran. How are you feeling now that we are sort of 6 days into that very conflict?
Well, of course, militarily, they are. Stand fast some potential challenges with precision munitions and Patriot interceptors, but I'm very proud as a retired U.S. Army officer. I'm very proud of our Navy and our Air Force and also our air defenders out there, what they have accomplished, just massing such a force. The thing about Navy that has always impressed me is how they can generate combat power while underway. I mean, it's amazing. But the government, the administration, I should say, I don't think has the strategic mindset to do what's required here. The fact that here we are now, and you get, depending on who you talk to, you get a different explanation of what the objective is, what the purpose is. And also, if you ask Senator Graham, for example, one of the staunchest supporters of the president, he has an explanation. And so that's what I mean when I say they're not equipped. I mean, from a strategic thinking. And unfortunately, because the administration completely, no, it's not right. The administration made so many changes inside the government in the first months that stripped out a lot of long-standing capabilities in the State Department, for example, to include, by the way, information, radio, Voice of America, those kinds of organizations that could be speaking to Iranians in their own language, gone. The National Security Staff. Now you've got the Secretary of State is also the National Security Director. I mean, both of those are back-breaking full-time jobs. So we don't have the normal sort of structures in place. And then, of course, what's been most interesting to me, because of the disdain that the administration has for allies that they demonstrate over and over, and now they're shocked to find out that, maybe UK, maybe Spain, maybe other countries are not so keen to let us use bases there, that we just took that for granted, or that people might be questioning the legality of what we're doing. And now it looks like we're even asking the Ukrainians for some help. So that's what I mean.
I'd like to get your personal opinion on that. I mean, it's maybe to be expected slightly more from Spain and the administration. What do you think about the current situation with the US and the UK being at loggerheads so much?
Well, look, first of all, relationships between nations are much more than between the Oval Office and number 10. So that's, the relationships go so deep and so every facet of our public and private lives. And I'm very confident that our militaries, our intelligence services, these things, very solid, regardless of whatever sort of political upheavals or friction there may be at the very top. Secondly, I think, every head of government has a responsibility to protect their national interests. And it's not new that those decisions would be affected or colored by domestic political concerns. You can be sure almost every decision that President Trump makes is with a view to his base. So I think the burden is on us, the United States, to make the case to our allies why we would need to be able to use a base for this kind of mission.
I guess the only issue with that is surely this operation would go against kind of the instincts and the rhetoric that Trump got in with before when he was campaigning to be president, right?
Completely. That's, and as of a New York Times poll today said that 58% of Americans are against the war. And here we are on day 5 or 6. And after, frankly, from a military standpoint, it's going pretty well, yet those against is above 50%. And the ones who are who are supportive, is 20%. So I think the president is doing something now that he had campaigned on not doing.
I don't want to be too alarmist, but when we started talking about the ship that was sunk by the submarine torpedo. It was sunk in the Indian Ocean, I think about 25 miles off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. Are we sort of starting to see this expand into more of a global conflict?
I would say that there already is a global conflict. Now, I want to keep this so that it's a useful way to think about things. It'll probably be called World War III 10 years from now, as historians look back on this. I don't think World War II was referred to as World War II while it was happening. But clearly, what's happened, Russia's attack on Ukraine and its continued gray zone operations against the rest of Europe, Russia is at war with all of Europe, kinetically and not kinetically. Iran has been helping Russia kill Ukrainians, as well as using Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis to kill Israelis and Americans and lots of other people, and disrupting international traffic. North Korea is providing, has been providing people and technology and ammunition to support Russia and Iran. Not people to Iran, but ammunition. And then China, of course, is providing capabilities to Russia, while also paying or helping Iran with its technology and threatening all of our interests in the Indo-Pacific. So I think it's accurate to say that this is a global conflict, and we should think strategically about that.
And like everything you just laid out, are you sort of saying that all of these are mini wars or mini conflicts within one overall structure?
When Churchill and Roosevelt met back in January 1942, or right after Pearl Harbor, so December 41, January 42 for the Arcadia Conference. Great Britain had been at war for years already. The United States had just been drawn into the war by the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Most Americans had no desire to get into another European war. They had no desire. Most Americans were recent European immigrants. They said, that's why I left. They didn't want to go back. But they were ready to fight Japan. And instead, President Roosevelt, talking with your prime minister, they realized that this was going to be a global conflict, and that to be successful, they had to defeat Germany first. So then they could turn to Japan. And so that kind of strategic thinking enabled Roosevelt then to turn to the American people and say, look, no, we have to defeat Germany first, and they got industry going. So yes, these things are connected. And I believe if you help Ukraine defeat Russia, then that really isolates Iran even more. And it would also send a message of deterrence to China. But that means the United States and all of Europe would really have to get stuck in to help Ukraine.
I don't want to be too simplistic, but if we do look at World War II, like you just outlined then, if we said perhaps, that was Germany's war, I mean, whose war is this? Is it the US's, Russia's, China's?
Well, I would say that each of the actors here has their own strategic interests. For the United States, I think, let me back up. I think that control of energy and denying energy to adversaries is a big part of all of these things. The United States doesn't need oil and gas from the Middle East. China does. So if you can deny China, or if you can control it somehow that creates a problem for China, that may be some leverage that the U.S. that this administration is thinking about. I don't know that, but it would fit. I think the Chinese are watching very carefully to see what the U.S. is capable of doing. They probably are counting how many Patriot interceptors are fired, how many Tomahawks are launched, so that they can have an assessment of what we still have. But they're also, I'm sure, observing capabilities that the U.S. military is employing that are like, okay, well, that's pretty significant.
We're running out of time, but I just want to move on to something slightly different while I've got you. Because both the New York Times and CNN were reporting last night that pro-American Iranian Kurds, armed by the CIA, were preparing for an incursion on Iran. Now, since then, both the White House and the Iraqi Kurdistan regional government have denied this. But just to give people context who maybe might not be aware, if that were to happen, does that kind of open another new front in this conflict?
Well, again, at the risk of sounding like a scratched record, my first question is, what are we expecting them to do? The Kurds are some of the most unlucky people on the planet because they have been, they're divided across Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria. They don't all get along with each other, but the U.S. Has used them, employed them, and then stopped short of helping them achieve what they really want, which is a Kurdistan. I think our Turkish allies really have a problem with the U.S. having support, giving weapons to the YPG, which is a branch of the Kurdish PKK. But because the YPG was so effective against ISIS, but yet they're an enemy of our ally Turkey. So I think the Turks will probably not be very amused to hear that once again we're giving a lot of weapons or giving some weapons to Kurds, even if they're in Iran versus operating in eastern Turkey. I don't know how this. I'm not against it if I know that there is a specific strategic aim, but to just try to create some disturbances in Iran. I don't know how that's going to contribute to a strategic end state that we're really after. There won't be enough of them to, knock off the government, for sure.
General Ben Hodges, thank you so much for joining us on the Trump Report.
Fergus, I really appreciate the opportunity.
So whatever this turns out in terms of not just Iran, but the region and the world, he has secured his legacy. He is one of the most destructive people, not just presidents, in modern history.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale and welcome to the Trump Report today. I've got Professor Scott Lucas on the show, of course, from the Clinton Institute at the University College Dublin. Usually when news like the strike on Iran breaks over the weekend, him and I usually do an emergency episode, but we didn't make it work this weekend, so we're reacting to it now, but also because there has been so much in the aftermath of this and whether we're escalating into a wider war. So just a reminder that you can watch us every day, Monday to Friday on the Trump Report YouTube channel, or you can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Scott Lucas, thank you so much for joining the show.
Thank you for having me here, Maddie.
Well, I think it's good that I've had you on a few days late, Scott, because there is so much that is unfolding overnight. I mean, I know that you probably wake up the same as me and think, my God, there is so much to get through. So we're going to do our best to kind of give the latest updates for our audience. So let's kick off with the fact that a lot of people online right now are talking about this. Now, this is what Marco Rubio was telling reporters. So he said, there was absolutely an imminent threat, and it was that we knew that if Iran was attacked and we believed that we would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us, and we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. So this is a huge development, Scott, because it means that the imminent threat that they were talking about was Iran was going to retaliate if they were attacked, which means that the US attacked Iran as a preemptive threat because they knew Israel was going to do so. And I want to read up this tweet from Michael McFall. He wrote, "Such strange logic. We had to go to war because Israel was going to attack Iran. So BB, as to whether the US goes to war, the US Senate and the American people do not." I mean, wow. What's your reaction to this?
What a hot mess. I mean, what a hot mess this is. Look, first of all, let's establish why Rubio makes this absolute dog's dinner of a statement. The U.S. and Israeli attack can only be justified under international law if there is an imminent threat from Iran. Imminent does not mean, by the way, even having a nuclear weapon, which Iran does not have. It enriches to 60% uranium, not 90%. Even if Iran had a nuclear weapon, if it was not going to use that nuclear weapon, that's not an imminent threat. Iran in the past has, at times of instability and exchanges of fire, used militias associated with it to fire on American troops. And Iran itself has fired on American troops in retaliation. For example, after the assassination of General Soleimani in 2020. But in this case, there was no indication it was going to fire on American positions. So let's break down what Rubio said. Israel is going to go back to war with Iran in, 8 months, just over 8 months after it did so last year. The United States knows Israel is going to go to war. The United States could have gone to Israel and said, Israel, don't go to war with Iran because we're in talks with Iran about its nuclear program, and you're going to ruin those talks. This is a chance to limit that nuclear threat we're talking about. The U.S. could have done that. Now, did, in fact, Marco Rubio or real estate developer Steve Witkoff, who is the envoy for the Middle East, or Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, did they ask the Israelis not to attack? If they asked the Israelis not to attack, did the Israelis look at them and say, no, you can't tell us what to do. We're Israel. We're going to attack. And then the U.S. said, oh, well, I guess we just have to join along as well. Look, here's the fundamental. If this was a serious explanation, we would have gotten an explanation on exactly what the U.S. tried to do to stop Israel from creating this imminent threat. Because Israel's the imminent threat here. Israel's the one that attacked, not Iran. And if the United States knew that Israel was going to attack anyway, why did it join the Israeli attacks before Iran had retaliated? Why did it go part of a war that it supposedly was trying to avert? And if the United States was concerned about international law, why did it not only join the Israelis, but why did it join the Israelis in targeted assassinations, including of Iran's supreme leader? You know, last time we talked, I had some choice words for Steve Witkoff. And I've always considered Marco Rubio to kind of be one of the adults in the room. But Marco, I suspect you're too smart for this. So you effectively have turned yourself into a servant of all those jokers who are around you, who have decided to go to war with Iran, decided to go to war. And we can explain why they've decided that. You've decided to join them. And rather than being a man about it and say, look, I'm joining them because I believe in American dominance in the Middle East, or I believe that we should demonstrate our military power. Instead of doing that, he's created this absolute, like I said, we'll mix the animal metaphors. A dog's dinner explanation given by someone who appears to be a weasel. There is absolutely no credibility in this.
I want to stay on that point because there has been, as you're talking about, so much confusion about the motives as to why the US struck Iran, and of course that explanation from Marco Rubio was a new development. But then also in a briefing on Monday, Defense Secretary or War Secretary, whatever you want to call him, Pete Hegseth, he said that this was not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change and the world is better off for it. He then reiterated that this is not like other past nation-building wars. He said this is not a so-called regime change war, not nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise. So if that's the case, it was strikes. Were the strikes targeting a regime change? We're not quite sure. And then I was so confused by this, but then I saw a post from Daniel De Petris on X, and he kind of summed it up quite well. He said, first it was about destroying Iran's nuclear program. Then it was about regime change in Tehran. Then it was about degrading Iran's missile capacity. Then it was about degrading Iran's ability to attack its neighbors. Then it was about preventing an imminent threat from Iran against US troops in the Middle East after Israel struck Iranian targets. Congratulations to the Trump administration for making George W. Bush administration look competent.
Okay, I'm going to leave Daniel's statement because I've been mean enough, because I actually think there is a logical explanation for what the Trump camp are trying to do here. If you cut through all this rhetoric, the reason why Popgun Pete, by the way, issued that statement is he knows that a lot of Republicans, including Trumpists, are not happy about this war. About 25% of Republicans said they oppose this in the weekend polls. He also knows, even he knows, that Iraq 2003 is like that shadow that hangs over American culture. And so the idea that you get involved in changing a regime, it didn't go very well more than 20 years ago. He also knows that Donald Trump said last year, I'm not going to get involved in foreign interventions. Well, they are involved in a foreign intervention, but the concern would be, are you going to put ground troops in as well? All right, well, what does that mean, though, if you say you're not going in for regime change? And here's what I think the interesting story is, Maddie. While the U.S. and Israel went in on this together, and they didn't do it because of the threat of Iranian retaliation, they did it to break the regime. There's a slight difference in approach here. Israel wants regime change. They want every political military figure associated with the Islamic Republic out. They will kill them. They are trying to kill them, but if they don't kill them, they want them to be overthrown. The United States, I initially thought going into Saturday, okay, maybe they're going in for the regime change as well, especially with the killing of the Supreme Leader. But then if you start looking at the statements, you started to realize, no, that isn't what's happening here. Because remember, Maddie, that Donald Trump said he'd be willing to go back into talks with the Iranians after he's beat them up, right? And there are other U.S. officials that have said, we could go back in there. But what the U.S. officials are saying here is, Iran has to give up its nuclear program entirely. Now, in 2015, that agreement, Obama administration agreement, which of course Trump hates, it limited to Iran to only enrichment of only 3.67% uranium. Very low enrichment for civilian use. But the Trump folks are saying, you can't even do that if you're Iran. The second thing they're saying to the Iranians is, you have to limit your ballistic missiles. You have to limit the number of them. You have to limit the power on them. You have to limit the range of them. And the Iranians have said all along, we're not going to, we'll talk nuclear, but we will not talk ballistic missiles. In the third set of talks on Thursday, it was only last Thursday in Geneva, real estate developer Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, go and meet the Iranian foreign minister in Geneva. The Iranian foreign minister and the Omani mediators come in and say, well, that went okay. We're still making progress. The Americans didn't say a word. What I can put together is that that's when the decision was made, is that the Trump folks said, look, the Iranians are not going to give up their nuclear program entirely. They're not going to put ballistic missiles on the table. So we are going to hit them. We're going to hit them. Now, if you follow this logic, some of the regime leaders are dead. Supreme Leader, Defense Minister, Head of the Revolutionary Guards, top advisor to the Supreme Leader. But a lot of the regime is still in place. Some of the Supreme Leader's offices are there, other top clerics are there. The government is there, of course, with the president, with the foreign minister. The head of the judiciary is still there. So what's left of the regime, if they would go to Washington and say, okay, we're going to give up our nuclear program, the Trump folks will agree and will leave them in place. It is not the same as Venezuela because the conditions in the two countries are very different, but it's an echo of what happened in Venezuela, where the rest of the regime gave up Maduro, were willing to talk to Trump and give in to some of Trump's demands, and they got to stay. That is the scenario here. But that will cause problems with the Israelis because that's not what the Israelis want.
And if we're saying that there is still a regime intact, despite the fact that the Supreme Leader and several senior leadership were killed in these strikes, if we're saying there is still a regime in place, it's still intact, and the US obviously wants negotiations to happen still, will the US target them if they are as dictatorial as Ali Khamenei and senior leadership? Will they, instead, if they say, if Iran's regime say basically continue saying that, look, negotiations are completely off the table, when we have no intention of negotiating with Washington, and the United States and the intelligence shows them that this regime is just as dictatorial, just as evil as Ali Khamenei and his leadership that were killed, will the US target them, knowing Israel will want them targeted, to try and eradicate Iran's entire regime?
Yeah, let's go step by step here. Let's say, first of all, I'm not talking about negotiations here. I'm talking about, with Venezuela, we call it regime accommodation, but it's almost like regime capitulation. They give in to the U.S. demands. Now, while they're being bombed, what's left of the regime are not going to approach the Americans and say, we're ready to talk. They're going to want a ceasefire before they talk, because it's like the threat is still there. So your question really comes into play is, all right, let's say that they've let it be known through mediators. And here the Gulf states are really important. In fact, I think they're vital. They go through the Gulf states. They tell the Trump folks, we're ready to talk if you stop, you stop the attacks. Okay, let's say that happens. Let's say that you then get back into the talks, but what's left of the regime, again, refuse to give up the rest of the nuclear program, give up the rest of the ballistic missiles. Then yes, I think the Trump folks hit them again, right? And again, until they finally capitulate. We in a sense will be in a cycle of conflict, because if you remember, June 2025, the Israelis wanted regime change. The Trump folks did not. Okay, once they hit that nuclear facility, and they thought, we've obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities, and when the Iranians sent a signal through Qatar, they had a demonstration strike on American troops at the biggest airbase, U.S. airbase in the Middle East, but they warned the Americans, so they were all evacuated. So there were no casualties. They went through Qatar and said, see what we did. And the Trump folks said, okay, we'll talk to you again. And that's when Trump told Netanyahu, stop, right? The difference this time is, let's say the Iranians say, look, we'll give you what you want. We'll give you what you want, but we have to ceasefire. I'm not sure the Israelis will stop this time. That's where there's going to be a real problem, because they don't believe, Netanyahu doesn't believe that he'll never believe the Iranians have given up their nuclear program. But also, Netanyahu's going to find it difficult to stop this war unless he has knocked out the regime, because he's staking his reputation on it. And of course, he's still trying to avoid that bribery trial back in Israel.
Let me ask you an interesting question, Scott, and it might be kind of bizarre. Mark Rutte basically said that it was crucial that the US carried out these strikes. Now, we know he's a big Trumpy, that's besides the point. But he also said that the US and Israel actually had the full backing of key European allies. I wonder, did the US effectively take one for the team by carrying out these strikes, given that Iran is a terrorist state and has been accused of carrying out terror-related targeting of around 10 to 15 countries?
No, it's not U.S. working with NATO on this, or basically taking point on this for NATO. The reason why you get the variety of NATO reactions in part is because of Ukraine, right? We're at an extremely sensitive point. Remember, the U.S. was carrying out talks with Iran at the same time was involved in talks with Ukraine and Russia. Now what happens to those talks, right? Do we get the ceasefire in Russia? Mark Rutte is just petrified he's going to tick off Trump. I mean, that's just, God, Rutte's got to call him daddy, right? Which raises serious issues about Rutte, but we'll leave that to the side.
But Scott, I'm going to interrupt you and say we can't deny that world leaders are not mourning the loss of Ali Khamenei. Oh, they are glad he's dead.
No, let's talk about this at a different level. There is no one shedding a tear outside of Iran and realizing that Khamenei is dead. My friends in Iran are not sharing a tid that Khamenei is dead. The problem here is what comes next after his death in terms of the instability inside Iran. The easy part was targeted assassinations. The hard part is actually what happens with the country now. And so Rutte takes the line of he wants to keep Trump sweet. Okay. The French take a slightly different line with Macron, which is they put the focus on de-escalation. Right? Everybody takes that. We're glad Khamenei is dead, but we need to de-escalate. Now, the UK takes a different line entirely because the UK, although they don't trumpet it, because they know the operation is against international law, they do not allow the Americans to use the shared airbase at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean because the legal advice is we'll be complicit in breaking international law. What happens then is, however, as soon as Iran retaliates, then the UK can say, okay, we're going to allow Diego Garcia to be used by the Americans for defensive operations. For example, firing on Iran's missiles launch. So there's not a single European response that took place on this. Various countries, because of their national interest and because they were looking at the link of Iran to other issues, were positioning in somewhat different ways. I think the overall message on this matter is, though, the Europeans have very little leverage here, right? If Israel wants to keep striking Iran, they can do so as long as the Americans support it, right? Europe can't affect that. As long as Trump and his folks want to keep on trying to show U.S. dominance by hitting Iran, the Europeans aren't going to be able to stop that from happening. And as long as Iran's regime is going to hold out, there's not an off-ramp here to take place. So just to give you one point of comparison, which shows you how everybody's calibrating here, Vladimir Putin, who has invaded Ukraine, he says this is terrible, this is horrible, international law's been broken. This was a cynical attack. And I'm like, pot? Have you met kettle and called it black lately? And then Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky, we support Israel fully. We absolutely support Israel fully. And the U.S. because he wants the U.S. on side to defend Ukraine when the Kremlin rejects the ceasefire.
I want to get your thoughts on this point. So Donald Trump is probably the most controversial U.S. president in history, probably the most divisive, and in terms of globally, one of the most disliked, right? You could be a Trump voter and walk into a bar in London and say you voted for Trump because you wanted a strong economy, and that's it, and you'd be reprimanded for it. That's just the world we live in. But I want to get your thoughts on this. An Iranian journalist activist, I'm going to butcher her name, but it's Masai Alanjan. She wrote on X after appearing on CNN, she wrote, I know that there are journalists on CNN who don't like President Trump, but whether you like him or not, this was the right decision by the President of the United States to remove Ali Khamenei and the terrorist monsters in Iran. This is not about your politics. This is about ordinary Iranians who have been imprisoned, blinded, tortured and killed by a barbaric regime, and now they want to have the same freedom that you take for granted in the United States. So the fact is, while this is also a terrifying time in Iran and wider areas that are receiving strikes, it's also quite liberating and full of celebration, as I'm sure you're aware of speaking to Iranians, and even Iranians abroad. We've seen, celebrations in the street. So yes, he broke international law. Yes, the way in which we go forward is confusing and dangerous. And we're poking holes in the way in which Donald Trump went about this special without congressional approval. Would we have cheered this on if it was someone else, Scott?
Massey, I think I don't want to make it about Trump's personality. I actually want to do it. I know Massey Alanjan. I've been acquainted with her for many years. She's one of the bravest women I know. She had to flee Iran because of threats against her life. The Iranians tried to kill her in New York. Massey's got good reason to be, welcome the Supreme Leader being gone. And a lot of Iranians who have lost relatives have lost friends. Those Iranians outside the country who have suffered, they've got good reason to see him gone. And many of my friends inside Iran have got good reason to be happy that he's gone. The problem here is, Maddie, is what comes next, right? If you could remove the Supreme Leader cleanly, okay, you broke an international law. But he's gone. If the Revolutionary Guards then are broken as a repressive force, if you have space for the opposition, for example, the freedom of political prisoners, for example, the ability to have opposition political parties in Iran, For example, the ability of students, the ability of lawyers, of journalists to be able to dissent and not be put in prison. Yeah, you've got a common argument there, but it's not clean like that. See, let's just game this out. What I told you. What if the supreme leader is killed, but the rest of the regime stays, or the survivors of the regime stay in place? What if the Revolutionary Guards are still there? What if the besieged paramilitary are still there? Right? The repressive force that killed thousands, tens of thousands of people maybe in January, they're still there. Some of their leaders were killed, but they've been replaced. And the Trump folks have shown no indication at this point in terms of what they will do to open up that space for the Iranian opposition. I think there may be a landing point here, which is part of the messy situation. And if we get there, though, as a pragmatist, I'd say, all right, we welcome them. But it's going to require us all very hard. If you get a transitional administration in Iran, which will include, for example, it would include a figure like Ali Larijani, he's the Secretary of the National Security Council, has been negotiating with the West for more than 20 years. If it included the former President Hassan Rouhani, right? If they had effectively transitional power in Iran and they freed the political prisoners, some of whom have been in prison since 2009 after the rigged election, then there's steps forward. If they open up the ability of the opposition to organize and don't kill them, that's a step forward. But we don't know that's going to happen here. And I will just put the cautionary tale that he says, I don't think anyone shed a tear for Saddam Hussein in 2003. Right? But you know what happened after that. You know what happened. And I will come back to you and tell you a couple of things. For example, I know that a lot of Iranians in the diaspora would say, just bring in the Shah's boy, Reza Pahlavi, right, to take over in Iran. A lot of my friends in Iran, a lot of the people I'm acquainted with, and people, all the outlets I watch, they're not big supporters of Pahlavi. He's not been there for decades, right? There's not an organized opposition in Iran right now. So they don't have political leaders to be able to mobilize to exploit the space. And the regime continues to target them, the opposition, by saying, this war that's being waged against us, it's because of you, because you've been supported by the U.S. and the Israelis. Now, that's wrong. That's fiction. But the regime can get away with that while these attacks continue. So, yeah, glad the Supreme Leader's gone, but cautious and concerned because we're in a zone of uncertainty in Iran and across the Middle East.
President Trump, he hasn't ruled out boots on the ground in Iran, Scott. He said if they were necessary, but he also said the United States is way ahead of schedule on Operation Epic Fury. We're day 4, I think, today. He says, I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. Like every president says, there will be no boots on the ground. I don't say it. I say probably don't need them, or if they were necessary. If this happens, if the United States has to send boots on the ground to Iran, will this be the demise of the presidency and cost the Republicans the midterms?
I think there are other issues that are in play here. I mean, on our next interview, we could talk about the economy, which I think will be the primary issue. I don't think Iran is the priority issue for many Americans. We could talk about how the Trump folks have made a complete mess of their approach to immigration, having tried to wage war in Minnesota and failing. We could talk about Epstein, and that's going to continue. That will not be buried by what's happening in Iran. But I think that, you put boots on the ground over Iran, you have a further corrosive effect, not on Democrats. Most Democrats oppose this anyway. Most independents oppose this anyway. You are having a corrosive effect on your supporters, right? And again, I'm just going to say, even before we talk about boots on the ground, Maddie, the striking thing here is, over the weekend, the first polls that came out, a majority of Americans who had an opinion opposed what was done. That's extraordinary. Every intervention I can remember from the U.S., whether it just be bombing Libya in the 1980s, whether it be the Panama invasion in '89, whether it be, of course, the attacks on, initially against the Taliban, and Iraq 2003, a majority of Americans have supported that. This time that didn't happen, and 25% of Republicans didn't support it. So no, I think Trump's going to have serious problems. And look, he has said no boots on the ground over and over and over again until we got to this point, and Donald's a slick salesman, but I think even he's going to be hard for him to get away with this pitch if they actually do try this.
If they do this and the conflict escalates, because right now we know that he said that, you know, we haven't even started hitting them hard. The big wave hasn't happened yet. We also know that Israeli troops have been deployed to southern Lebanon. So and also there's been strikes, of course, in Dubai and Oman and Doha. So this has escalated already. It's not confined to just Iran. If it so happens that a wider war is broken because of this, and whether it's because the US has to follow Israel into a wider conflict, and the United States knows that they've got to put troops on the ground, how will this impact Trump?
It's going to hurt him. I mean, it's just going to hurt him. If we have an uncontained war, and I do think this is an uncontained war already, you have mentioned the fact that just Iran has struck Gulf states, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar. Saudi had to shut one of the biggest oil refineries in the world yesterday because of drone attacks. Someone tried to fire drones on the RAF air base in Cyprus, right? The UK base that's taken place there. You know, the U.S. Embassy was set afire in Riyadh, in Saudi last night. This is already an uncontained war. Now, so far, we've only got 6 Americans killed. If that death toll spikes, and if the Iranian regime remains in place, and this now becomes a conflict, and I think Lebanon is a very serious problem now, because I think Israel's going to expand into Beirut, then I think, I always said the economy was the number one issue for Trump's future, but now he carries the albatross of this, because people will look at him and say, look, we're already concerned about the economy. We'd like you to address the economy, and now we've got to address this as well. Why did you do this? Why didn't you focus on what really affected us at home? Do I think Trump's thinking that way at this point yet? No. I think he, J.D. Vance, Vice President, Stephen Miller, big advisor, Top Gun Pete Hegseth, they went into this, Maddie, I'm going to reiterate this. They wanted to show American dominance. They had shown American dominance by Venezuela, by forcing the regime into accommodation. They tried to show dominance by seizing Greenland in Europe. They're trying to do it by undermining the EU. Now they're trying to assert dominance in the Middle East and in Iran. And because we're running up against the time, here comes the big finish. Although the Trump administration is very different, it's very chaotic, it's not coordinated. Like you said, every day there's something different we got to try to figure out. It echoes more than 20 years ago another administration. The George W. Bush administration, they didn't go after Iraq just because of 9/11. Iraq wasn't involved in 9/11. They didn't go just after Iraq because of the WMDs that never turned up. They certainly didn't go into Iraq just to liberate Iraqis. They went into Iraq to show American dominance. They called it the unipolar era. One power, one superpower, not China, not Russia, us. We get rid of Saddam, we show the world. No. But you know how that turned out.
You and I have mentioned George W. Bush like 2 or 3 times in this interview, when we've never even mentioned him before in our weekly interviews. All of this combined, boots on the ground, whether it escalates further into Lebanon, whether XYZ happens, and Trump is the man at the front of the decision to do this, will this cost him his legacy? The way that we're talking about Bush.
There's so many things that should try to cost Trump his legacy. Now, it's not going to cost Trump his legacy, because I'm going to tell you what Trump's legacy is, Maddie. It's destruction. It's destruction at home. It's destruction of actually a sane, decent political space. And it's destruction abroad. A man who, and I'm going to trigger our comments in YouTube because it raises our views, a man who got into office in 2016 by breaking all the norms, including accepting Russian help, a man who has broken all the norms of the U.S. system to try to be an authoritarian leader, is now breaking all the norms. And it's not just because he's broken international law with Iran. It's because he and his advisors are, they go in with a plan A. We're going to kill people and blow up stuff. They don't have a plan B for if killing people and blowing up stuff doesn't work. So whatever this turns out in terms of not just Iran, but the region and the world, he has secured his legacy. He is one of the most destructive people, not just presidents, in modern history.
Professor Scott Lucas, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report.
Thank you, Maddie. the influence. Don't you dare call people who are fighting for their lives and resisting an invasion, don't you dare call them silly. And if you're going to call them silly, you have the decency to go say it to their faces, you jumped up half-wit.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale, and welcome to the Trump Report. It's Monday morning. I've got Professor Scott Lucas from the Clinton Institute at the University College Dublin on the show. We're going to discuss so much that's gone on between Trump and Iran. There was a story about Trump and Greenland saying thanks but no thanks to Trump, and a little bit more going on in Trumpland today. So just a reminder that you can watch us every day, Monday through Friday, on the Trump Report YouTube page, or you can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Scott, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report.
Yeah, welcome to a new week of craziness.
Scott, let's kick off with this, what's happened in the last few days. So former CIA officer John Kiriakou, he was on Julian Dory's YouTube show on Friday. He said that conversations he's had with his friend, who's also a fellow CIA officer, when they were at the White House, he was talking to his friends, and he said that a decision has been made by the White House to attack Iran on Monday or Tuesday this week, so today or tomorrow, and basically saying that this 10-day deadline for Iran that Trump said was in place will likely be broken, and that those opposing the war in Trump's cabinet is J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard. So, I mean, what do you think about this? So striking today or tomorrow on the 4-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine would be ominous.
Yeah, first of all, Maddie, on that specific report, I mean, John Kiriakou, who, very fervent critic, indeed was a whistleblower over the Bush administration's march to invade Iraq in 2003. But in part because of that, he and some former other CIA officers are very, very stridently anti-U.S. on whatever issue it is, whatever administration it is. So, in other words, he's positioned in a way that he's going to be very critical of American action on Iran. Fair enough. But it also means that it tends to shade their predictions. And it's like, oh, they're definitely going to attack Iran. So let's put that source to the side and say, what do we know? What do we not know in terms of where we are? Look, we've got two contradictory processes going on. One is that, yes, the Trump camp have assembled this fleet of more than 12 warships. They've got scores of fighter jets. They've got tens of thousands of American troops in the region, although I'm not expecting boots on the ground to go into Iran. But they obviously are doing with Iran what they did with Venezuela, which is to threaten the airstrikes. Now, we know in Venezuela that it ended not with the airstrikes, but with the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan president. And we also know that at that point, the Trump folks didn't go for regime change because the rest of the regime effectively sold out Maduro so they could stay in power. It's not going to be a straightforward process if the Trump folks wanted to go in and attack Iran to try to get regime change. They're not going to be able to snatch the supreme leader. I dislike the Iranian regime. Everybody knows that. But it has not cracked. Not even the Israeli war of last June that hit it for 12 days. The protest, they went up to thousands, maybe tens of thousands of protesters. The military, the paramilitary forces, and the inner circle around the supreme leader are still relatively intact. Okay? So that military option is not straightforward. But then I told you there's a contradiction here, and that is that the Trump guys are still in discussions with Iran about Tehran's nuclear program. And indeed, the Iranians are saying, I think because they're playing for time, look, we've made progress in talks about talks, and there's going to be another set of talks this Thursday. I believe this one's going to be in the Gulf. And so it's like, okay, obviously if the Trump folks launched airstrikes, it's going to completely sidetrack the talks on the nuclear program. Iran's not going to talk if they're being attacked. Now, Israel did exactly this last June. There were 5 sets of U.S.-Iran talks on the nuclear programs, and then Netanyahu got twitchy that the talks might go somewhere, and Israel obliterated the senior level of the Iranian military command. They killed more than 20 military leaders. They tried to assassinate political leaders, and they hit a few of them, but it didn't break the regime, right? So where does this go I think the easiest read on this, Matty, is that the Trump camp got that fleet off the coast like a sword of Damocles. It's like, look, you give us what we want or we'll hit you. And indeed, I always take what they say with a grain of salt. But let's go to Donald Trump, who over the weekend effectively said, look, if Iran doesn't get into the talks and give us this, I might hit them within the next 10 days, right? And then real estate developer Steve Witkoff, who seems to be everywhere right now, he gives an interview, and we may talk more in detail later about this, where he says, I don't understand why they haven't surrendered. Why haven't they capitulated and given us everything we wanted? Which is a pretty dumb comment, but it tips off what he thinks and what some of the Trump folks think, which is if we put enough warships off the coast with enough warplanes, then they'll give up their civilian nuclear program and we can declare a big victory. And so that's where we are.
Well, I want to interrupt Scott because I just want to read out that quote because that is my next question, and I think it's important that we follow the rule of order here. You mentioned that the US and Iran, they're still actually, yes, they're having this third round of nuclear talks on Thursday, but yes, Steve Witkoff, he was interviewed by Lara Trump over the weekend. He was confused as to why Iran hasn't bowed down to Trump's demands yet. So the quote is, I don't want to use the word frustrated because he understands he has plenty of alternatives, but he's curious as to why they haven't. I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why haven't they capitulated? Why under this pressure with the amount of sea power and naval power over there? Why wouldn't they come to us and said, we profess we don't want a weapon, so here's what we're prepared to do. And yet it's sort of hard to get them to that place.
I'm sorry. This is when the analyst masks drop and you go, oh my God, either this is the most cynical statement I've ever heard, right? You know, Witkoff saying, I don't understand why they haven't capitulated. Look, I'm going to keep the pressure on them. Or it is the dumbest statement I have ever heard. Not just from a diplomat, which he is not. Not just from someone who knows geopolitics, which he is not. But even from a real estate developer. Can you imagine real estate developer Steve Witkoff going, I want you to give me your land for $100. And if you're not going to give me your land for $100, I'm going to bring bulldozers in and I'm going to tear it all down. And you go, no, Mr. Steve Witkoff, I'm not going to give you my land for $100 because it's worth $100,000. And he goes, I don't understand why you haven't capitulated. You know, come on. Anybody who knows the basics about the Islamic Republic knows that this regime not only has faced down these threats since 1979 when it took power, it actually benefits from these types of threats. But if you go in and threaten the regime like this, you do this or else, they turn around to the public, a lot of whom don't like them, and a lot of whom would like them out of power or at least want reforms, and they go, the Americans are threatening you. They're threatening you. They're threatening your country. They're threatening your family. They're threatening your nation. You have to support us. They faced this in terms of Israel for decades because you know those two countries don't get along. They have faced those threats from Gulf states in the past, and they have faced them from the United States. Indeed, after 2003, when the Bush folks went sailing into Iraq, there were Bush advisors who said, we're going to take a right turn and go to Iran and force them to give up their nuclear program. And the Iranians went, okay, let's see you try it. And it never happened. So I just have to put it down to the absolute ludicrous feature of this guy and Donald Trump's son-in-law not only handling arrangements which could, for their profits or whatever, but arrangements that could, if they go wrong, could cause regional conflict all the way across the Middle East. And let me just add one other point, Maddie, how utterly foolish this guy was. Did you notice that on the same day that they were talking to the Iranians in Geneva, they had another set of Ukraine-Russia talks in Geneva? So these guys, real estate developer Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, are handling two sets of talks which are at a critical point and going, shuttling back and forth between the hotels, right? Iran, wait, oh no, it's Ukraine, no, Russia, no. And it's like even the most skilled diplomats would find it difficult to handle two sets of talks on the same day. For these guys getting on here, like if Laurel and Hardy were reincarnated as members of the Trump administration, I think I know who they would be in real life.
Wickoff, he spoke about Iran's uranium enrichment levels, and here's what he said. He said it's up to 60%. They're probably a week away from having industrial grade bomb making material, and that's really dangerous. We can't have that. So I want to get your thoughts on the fact that when it comes to Operation Midnight Hammer, which took place in June last year, Trump and the White House said Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated. So, I mean, what's true? Was it obliterated, or was this just a delay and a damage to Iran's capabilities?
It means they don't have consistent talking points. And I'm going to have to just untangle this to say, well, what did Wickoff say, right? First of all, Maddie, it's really important for viewers out there to know that Iran does not have yet a nuclear weapons program. Okay? Iran has a civilian nuclear program. They've had that for decades. Indeed, Western countries helped the Shah develop that in the 1970s. They have a program which has the potential to be a military weapons program. Let me say this first, because it's a really key point as to how the Trump folks got us here. The 2015 nuclear agreement pulled back Iran's nuclear program to 3.67% uranium for civilian needs, right? Iran stopped making 20% uranium, not 60, 20% uranium. Iran returned to 20% enrichment after the Trump folks withdrew from the 2015 agreement and imposed comprehensive sanctions. And then, when the Trump folks kept threatening Iran, Iran said, okay, we're going to go to 60%, right? So what the Iranians are signaling is, look, you keep threatening us, you keep pushing us, we may go with nuclear weapons capability, but they still have not done that. In fact, I don't think they will, because I think the day that they go to what is 90% uranium capability, the Israelis and the U.S. are going to come in and they're going to make sure they level everything with that nuclear program. What happened last June? The Iranians have got several nuclear facilities. The two most prominent are Natanz and then one which is in the side of a mountain called Fordo. The Israelis hit Natanz, but they couldn't get to the underground one in Fordo. You have to have bunker buster bombs. Who's the only country with bunker buster bombs? They could hit the Iranians, the U.S., and that's why the U.S. carried out those strikes. What we know, and it took us a while to establish it because the Iranians were being careful in terms of how much they would say about this, is they damaged the facilities, but they also damaged the entrance to facilities. They effectively buried the facilities, right? So you've got to go in and not only try to repair the facilities, you've got to get all that rubble out of the way so you can get access to them again. You're probably talking at least months of work. So I think for the general person out there, the Trump and Israel effectively buried Iran's nuclear enrichment program, 20% and 60%, but they didn't completely obliterate it, because what you do is you unbury it and you try to repair it. And that's what Iran is probably doing. So in a sense, Wickoff, because even a blind squirrel can find an acorn once in a while, probably gets to the point that, yeah, Iran is trying to repair the nuclear program, but they're not a week away from a bomb, okay? Even if they get their 60% uranium back up to speed in enrichment, it's going to take them months. Sorry, not weeks. It's going to take them months to get to 90%. And then if you make 90% enriched uranium, it's only like for 1, 2, 3 bombs to start off with. Let's ask everybody out there, how many bombs does Israel already have, right? How many do they already have and ready to go if we were talking nuclear? And the answer is more than 150, and that's a conservative estimate.
So in the same interview with Lara Trump, and just moving on to another war, Scott, Steve Witkoff, he has been criticised for what he said about the Russia-Ukraine war and why there's been no resolution through these trilateral peace talks. So he said it really is a silly war and they're fighting over this territory. Everyone throws the word dignity around, but what does dignity get you if you have that amount of killing? I mean, this is a very tone-deaf interpretation of a war where one country is the invader and one is the victim, wanting to protect its land, wanting to secure safety for the future of the country so that there is not a third invasion. I mean, what was your take on this? Because quite a few comments from, military analysts, Ukrainian analysts, Ukrainian pundits who are really vocal on social media that kind of walk their viewers like where we're at on the war were understandably really upset that the man who is brokering the end of this war, Trump's delegate, is saying that it is a silly war and kind of putting the onus on both of the countries.
You think I've been tough on that whining, pouting real estate developer? Just wait. Let's go ask Ukrainians how silly it is to want to have their country. Let's go ask Ukrainians to want to have their kids grow up in a place where they're not getting attacked every day on the ground in the air. Let's ask them how silly it is to refuse to surrender to an invader. How many times has Steve Witkoff? Steve, how many times have you gone to Ukraine during this 4-year full-scale invasion? 0. Now, Steve, repeat for me what you told Laura on how many times you saw Vladimir Putin in the past, 8 times. So you're telling Ukrainians that this is very silly that they're fighting, and you haven't even visited the country, but the Russians knew they could manipulate you. So they got Trump to push aside Keith Kellogg, who was supposed to be the envoy, and they got you in place so they could bring you to St. Petersburg and Moscow, talk to you about all the great economic projects they could have with you, real estate developer Steve Witkoff, if you let the Kremlin get what it wants. So you tell me how silly this is. And you haven't even quoted the full extent of what he said, Maddie, because guess what he says about those 8 meetings with Trump? He's been very, very candid and honest with me. He's been my friend. Hey, Steve, how would you know if Vladimir Putin is being honest with you, buddy? Did you look into his soul like George W. Bush did more than 20 years ago? How would you know? How would you know if he was being honest with you when you went to the Kremlin and you were the only American in the room? You didn't even bring an interpreter with you. The Russians gave you one of their staff to interpret for you. How do you know they were being honest with you at that point? Do you want to answer that one for you? Look, you want to sit there and complain that you're the victim because people don't reach agreements for you, Steve Witkoff, and your boss, Donald Trump. Okay, you do that. But don't you dare, and I know I'm dropping the honest post now, don't you dare call people who are fighting for their lives and resisting an invasion, don't you dare call them silly. And if you're going to call them silly, you have the decency to go say it to their faces, you jumped up half-wit.
I didn't expect that level of passion, Scott, but I can't not expect that from you when it comes to comments like that from Steve Witkoff. Now, over to an awkward geopolitical situation over the weekend. So Trump, out of the blue, wrote on Truth Social, "We're going to send a great hospital boat to Greenland to take care of many people who are sick and not being taken care of. It's on the way." So he wrote that, we think, after there were reports that there was a medical evacuation of a US submarine crew member near Greenland. Now, Greenland's PM basically said thanks but no thanks. He goes, President Trump's idea of sending an American hospital ship here to Greenland has been noted, but we have a public healthcare system which treatment is free for citizens. It is a deliberate choice, but talk to us instead of just making more or less random outbursts on social media. I mean, this Greenland stuff is just like, we really thought we had it had simmered down for a bit. He's clearly not giving up on his ambitions to annex Greenland. But Scott, what did you make of this?
He's a big old man baby. All right, it's your turn now, Donald. I've dealt with Steve, right? I'm going to preface this, Matty, by talking about UFOs. Scott, why would you do that? A few days ago, Barack Obama gave an interview, right? And he said, I believe in alien life. I don't believe I'll ever encounter it in my lifetime, but I believe in alien life. Donald Trump's ego was so piqued by his enemy. Barack Obama saying that he immediately said, we're going to launch a government program to establish whether or not there are UFOs and little green men out there. And it's like, hey, Donald, I hate to break this to you, but the U.S. has had a search for extraterrestrial life for decades, right? But there you go. So here we go with Greenland. And you're absolutely right. The Danes actually helped out, the American military. They got a serious medical emergency and they helped this guy out. And what that should have been from Donald Trump is, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. We believe in cooperation with our NATO allies. But instead, he thought, oh no, I look really terrible because it's the Danes that have done this. I'm going to send a hospital ship across. And of course, I just can't top what the Danes came back and said, so I'll leave it at that. But I'll add this. U.S. officials then said to the media, kind of on the quiet, we don't have a hospital ship to go send out there. I mean, we don't know what you're talking about. But for the Danes to then top it and troll him about the domestic situation over healthcare, which actually, Maddie, is quite serious, because when the Danes did that, of course, what they're doing is they're putting a message back to people in Greenland, which is, by the way, and look, the Danes have treated Greenland terrible in the past. And the Danes are very much like, okay, we have done this in the past, but they're reaching out to people in Greenland and saying, look, you've got a good healthcare system with us. You've got a good healthcare system with us. You choose to be America's 51st state. Think about your healthcare then. So it was a masterstroke on that part, on top of a bit of Trump idiocy.
So, on that note, on the Greenland note, on the Iran note, on kind of everything that we've been speaking about, especially the last few weeks when it comes to Russia, Ukraine, when it comes to the situation with ICE in Minnesota, when it comes to this annexation of Greenland, when it comes to wanting to wage a war with Iran, Reuters are reporting that all of that, the combination that White House advisors and campaign officials are urging Trump to focus on the economy and get back to basics, especially with the midterm elections looming. So Rob Godfrey, a Republican strategist, this is what he told Reuters. He said, the president has to keep in mind that the political base that propelled him to the Republican nomination 3 consecutive times, and that continues to stick by him, is skeptical of foreign engagement and foreign entanglements, because ending the era of forever wars was an explicit campaign promise. So, I mean, Scott, this coupled with the fact that Joe Rogan, who of course endorsed Trump for the 2024 election, he said this on his show about the political climate right now. He said, it's overwhelming me. Sometimes at night time, I can't wind down. There's too much news. It's too much effing madness. We're about to go to war with Iran. How far does this go? What's happening? I wonder, is this the moment that Trump, if Trump sends the US to war, but is this also the moment that he's lost his voters, or has the moment already passed after such a tumultuous year where the focus has really shifted away from what his voter base has wanted, which is a strong economy? They've wanted jobs, manufacturing in America. Of course, the list goes on, and it's not just about the economy, but this is what he prides himself on. If you read any poll, before even a few months ago, economy is always at the top. It doesn't matter what president is in power. It's always at the top. And the Trump administration has been involved in various distractions. I'm not going to put Russia, Ukraine in that because it's so important to keep on that. But yes, what do you think about this? I mean, is this the moment he's lost his voter base?
I think, let's go step by step on this, Patty, and I do think that it may mean that you don't have a Trump war with Iran. You might have Trump demonstration strikes on a couple of military nuclear facilities, but you noted earlier that one of the voices against this is J.D. Vance. And I think J.D. knows you may be getting into a world of trouble if you pick a war with Iran, but J.D. also knows that it's going to jeopardize his chances in 28 running for president, because I think it would alienate a lot of Trumpists precisely because the message was we're not getting involved in foreign wars. and even though they've gone around and they've threatened Venezuela, they've kidnapped Maduro, they've threatened Greenland and so on, they haven't had, as it were, a protracted American military involvement, on the scale of Iraq or Afghanistan, like that. So, I think it may limit them on Iran. But then beyond that, I think then we run back into the problem of the man baby. Look, let's just keep it on the focus of the economy right now. The problem here is if I don't know any of the viewers out there, if you got a 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, and they're throwing a big old tantrum, and you go in there and you say, look, I'd like you to focus now, right? I'd like you to focus on calming down and just focusing on keeping some peace in this household, right? And let's just talk about this. Let's just talk this through. You know how many times that works with a screaming 3, 4, 5-year-old? I've been there, right? And that's what Donald Trump is doing. And so let me juxtapose what you just said, which is he should get his focus on the economy. He should stop terrorizing cities and towns with ICE, right? He should stop going off the rails about his political enemies. But then on the issue of the economy, what do you do when the Supreme Court has just struck down your tariffs? And we'll talk in detail what that means, but I just want to highlight what immediately happened, which is the Trump play at that point should be, all right, let's rethink what we're going to do in a very sound, realistic basis. We would like to maintain tariffs. How are we going to do it? But you go back to that press conference he did last week, just after the Supreme Court decision. I swear to God, he was, even by Trump standards, that tantrum was off the scale. He says, right, the Supreme Court, at least the 6 justices that voted in the majority, 2 of whom were appointed by him. He says they are fools, lapdogs. He says they are unpatriotic and disloyal to the Constitution. He says they're influenced by foreign powers. Anybody else says that in the United States, and the media would have them done. Their career would be over. Because it's Trump, he skates on it immediately. But what he's done is, instead of dealing with the economic issue, he's turned it into his ego, right? So what the Trump folks have to do over the weekend is they have to get it back onto the grounds of, everything's going to be okay. We're going to keep these economic plans in place. Now, I'm happy to discuss the tariffs in detail in a minute and say whether or not get it in place. My point here is they can't get him to focus. The question is going to be, can they push him to the side on the key issues where they can establish what they want to do and prevent him from unsettling it? And that's why J.D. Vance has become more important, because Vance knows this. And I'm not going to go all the way to the conspiracy theory yet that Vance will push it out by January of 27, but Vance knows this. Vance knows he's got someone who may not be useful for him now, who may be disruptive. So do other advisors. And I would be interested to know Stephen Miller is one of them. If Miller thinks that Trump's gone.
Before we get into tariffs and what happened on Friday, I just want to ask you this one question. If Trump doesn't realign his priorities and his motives back on to the economy and to strengthening the economy for everyday Americans, do you think he will lose key voters ahead of the midterms and it will sufficiently impact the results?
Absolutely. Without a doubt, unless they completely manipulate and what we call gerrymander the elections by redoing the districts, they're going to lose the House of Representatives, and at the very least, their majority in the Senate is going to be reduced. An outside chance they lose the Senate. And again, I don't like making predictions, Maddie, but if you put the latest facts in here, it was interesting that on the day that the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs, the story that was going to dominate the headlines had come out that morning, that the economists were thinking, all right, maybe we get 3% growth in the American economy for the last quarter, the last 3 months of 2025. It came in at only 1.4%. Now, that's well below the growth rate during the Biden years. Right? It's well below what the Trump people were saying was going to happen. Now, of course, they immediately blamed it on the government shutdown. You knew they were going to do that. But in fact, the underlying indicators is that growth is slowing and that inflation is going up. Core inflation is still around 2.9%. That's why Trump gets upset with the Federal Reserve so often. Now, the thing is, even more than Americans seeing those statistics, they see it in day-to-day lives. And I was just in the States a few weeks ago, and it is notable that Trump has not slowed the increase in food prices. Gas prices have come down a bit because the oil price, the global oil price is down, but grocery prices have not come down. And people are noticing that. And I'll add one other thing, by the way, on top of this. Again, something that ordinary people might not notice, but it's going to factor in. The tariffs did not help the American trade deficit in goods last year. The U.S. deficit in goods, the trade deficit went up by 2%. So even the tariffs are not working on the terms that Trump has set out. So yeah, it's going to happen.
Wow, that is interesting about the trade deficit. But just to wrap up our interview, Scott, I want to get your thoughts on what happened on Friday. So just for our audience understanding, the Supreme Court, yes, they struck down a load of Trump's tariffs in a 6-3 ruling that basically said it was illegal for him to invoke this national emergency powers to do so, and that this tariffs are basically a decision that all of Congress needs to vote on. They need to debate on this. So Trump responded to the news by announcing that he will raise global tariffs to 15% effectively immediately. But I wonder, Scott, is this temporary? And I think I need you to run through in layman's terms how the Supreme Court affects the way Trump can use tariffs or use them as threats, and even whether companies, whether manufacturers, or even consumers will be paid back.
Let me get to a fundamental in terms of the problem with the Trump tariffs as they have been implemented, and then how this is compounded by the Supreme Court decision response. The problem is that you remember Trump's magic chart last April that made absolutely no sense. But what he was effectively saying is we're going to slap a different tariff on every single country, right? So you're talking about dozens, scores of tariffs. That meant, as you get into last week, so the UK's got a 10% tariff on goods. The EU's got a 15% tariff on goods. Some countries have got 20, 25%. India had 50%. Then Trump got scared. The Indians are doing trade deals with the EU and with the UK. And so all of a sudden he says, okay, now it's 18%. So there's numbers all over the place. On top of that, there's different numbers in terms of the tariffs on cars, the tariffs on steel, the tariffs on aluminum. You see where I'm going? In other words, it's like this patchwork of tariffs. And just as everyone's getting used to that, the Supreme Court says those tariffs that are based on a specific provision, which is the 1970s Act, which is the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, those you can't use. So those are off the chart, right? So now the Trump folks have got some tariffs that remain in place on national security grounds. I'll explain that in a minute. But a lot of them are gone. And the immediate effect that Trump comes in as he says, 10%. Everybody gets 10%. And then he says, over the weekend, he goes, no, 15. I'm going to make it 15 now. Now, if you're a business or a manufacturer, if you're going to be tariffed, if you're a farmer and you're going to be tariffed, you want certainty. You want to know, because you can't plan and change your plans every week. Businesses plan 6 months, a year, 5 years down the line. And Trump's changing the numbers every single day now. So exactly where are we in terms of what the Trump administration could do? But why doesn't it clarify the situation? The Trump folks can put on a 15% tariff under Section 122, and I just leave that number out there, 15%, but they can only do it for 5 months, 150 days. Then they have to go to Congress because the Supreme Court decision reaffirmed it is Congress that has the power to implement tariffs, not the president. So if they're going to put on these tariffs at 15%, it can only be on a temporary basis. Right? 15%. Now, how do they get additional tariffs in place? Say that they want to put tariffs on cars. They want to put tariffs on steel. There's two other things they can do. There is what's called Section 232. Now, those tariffs are on national security grounds. And they've been used in the past to say, for example, we need steel for national security. Tariffs, right? We need to have an automotive sector. Right? Tariffs. They could be used for pharmaceuticals. Trump folks have threatened for pharmaceuticals. But the thing about the 232 of tariffs is you have to go through and you have to get a formal finding that there is a threat to national security. You cannot implement them immediately. And that process to get the finding normally takes months. Right? So they can only talk about potential tariffs under that. The third act they have is 301, Section 301. That's on the grounds of unfair trade practices. They could, again, say there's unfair trading, again, over steel, over other areas of manufacturing, over agriculture. But again, you have to get a formal finding that the country you're trying to tariff has been unfair. And you have to do it for every single country that you're going to sanction. That, again, takes months. So in other words, they still haven't solved that patchwork of tariffs, and if anything, they've made it worse. So I'll just tell you two effects that are happening right now. And then we can talk more next time if we get any clarity on this. The first here is a lot of people are saying, look, can people get money back for the tariffs that have been imposed but that have been swept away by the Supreme Court? Consumers can't get the money back, right? Although consumers bear the brunt of the tariffs, you just can't have class action suits for millions of people to try to get the money back. Individual businesses could try to sue and get it back, but that's a very cumbersome process. So what has happened is that certain U.S. governors have said, we're going to bring lawsuits to get refunds on the tariffs. So states are going to sue the federal government, and then they'll give money to their constituents, right? We'll see how that plays out. Here's the immediate complication if you're in the UK. The UK had a trade deal with the U.S. trade framework from last summer for the 10% tariff, right? Plus there's certain specialist tariffs on cars and on steel. Is the UK paying 10% now, or is it paying 15%? Is the framework still in place or not? The EU had a framework with the US for 15%, but that framework hasn't been ratified by the EU Parliament. So is that still in place, or has it been suspended?
The European Commission just came out and said basically a deal's a deal. We're not.
Even though it hasn't been ratified. Yeah, I think that's the easiest one because because it's clarity. They know they've got 15 on the table, right? So if it's 15, they know exactly what they've got. The UK right now thought it had a trade advantage over Europe with the Americans. Remember the Brexit benefit? And they don't know if that's disappeared now, if that's off the table. If you look at stock markets today around the world, they're going to be dipping because they went up on Friday because they thought, all right, the Supreme Court finally clarified this for us. And then they immediately started to drop Friday afternoon, and they'll drop again today because we simply don't know. So it's what you and I said last year. It's tariff chaos, and it's unpredictability, it's uncertainty. And to take it back to your broader question, if you've got unpredictability and uncertainty, how does Trump go to the polls in November and portray himself as being a safe pair of hands in the economy?
Exactly, because at the end of the day, no one's voting. The majority of Americans don't vote on foreign policy. They don't vote on what's happening around the world. They vote on how much money they have in their pockets. But we've got to wrap there. Professor Scott Lucas, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report.
Thank you, Maddie. Stay safe, stay sane.
Mm.